Takeo Yoshikawa adjusted his sunglasses and stepped onto Waikiki Beach. It was November 1941. The sun was warm. The water was blue. And he was about to help kill 2,400 Americans. Yoshikawa wasn't a soldier. He was a spy. Disguised as a tourist in a bright Hawaiian shirt, he'd spent months wandering freely around Pearl Harbor, counting ships, memorizing runway lengths, even scuba diving under American battleships to check their defenses. Security was so relaxed that once he simply walked into the naval base with a lunchbox and spent the entire day taking notes. Nobody stopped him. Every detail went back to Tokyo, to Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto. Here's the thing about Yamamoto. He'd studied at Harvard. He loved American culture. And he absolutely knew that attacking the United States would lead to Japan's total destruction. He'd even warned his government, "In the first 6 to 12 months, I will run wild and win victory after victory. But then, if the war continues, I have no expectation of success." So why did he plan the attack anyway? Because by November 1941, Japan had 18 months of oil left. America, Britain, and the Dutch had cut off their supply completely. The embargo would only end if Japan abandoned everything they'd spent a decade building in China. Meanwhile, in Washington, Secretary of State Cordell Hull was reading intercepted Japanese messages that seemed to prove Japan was preparing for war. What he didn't know, many were mistranslated. The Japanese Prime Minister genuinely wanted peace. But neither side trusted the other. So while diplomats talked, Yoshikawa watched the fleet from that Hawaiian beach. And 6,000 miles north, 6 Japanese carriers were already sailing toward Pearl Harbor in complete silence. December 7th was 23 days away. What almost nobody understands, Pearl Harbor wasn't a surprise that came from nowhere. It was the final explosion in an 80-year fuse-lit when American warships forced Japan open at gunpoint in 1852. That's where this story begins. July 8th, 1853. Edo Bay, Japan. The fishermen saw them first. 4 massive ships moving against the wind, trailing black smoke across the horizon. No sails. No oars. Just dark metal hulls cutting through the water, powered by something the Japanese had never seen before, steam engines. Within hours, panic spread through the coastal villages. Mothers grabbed their children. Fishermen abandoned their boats. Samurai warriors rushed to the shore, hands on their swords, staring at ships that seemed to defy the laws of nature itself. The Japanese would call them kurofuna, black ships. And they were about to shatter 200 years of isolation in a single afternoon. Commanding this small fleet was Commodore Matthew C. Perry of the United States Navy. President Millard Fillmore had sent him with a simple message for the Japanese. Open your ports to American trade. Allow our diplomats into your country. Or face the consequences. Perry's ships were steel. They were armed with cannons that could fire explosive shells farther than anything Japan possessed. And they moved under their own power, independent of wind or tide. For 2 centuries, Japan had maintained sakoku, national seclusion. The shogun warlords who ruled the country had kept Japan almost completely sealed off from the rest of the world, allowing only limited Dutch and Chinese trade through a single port in Nagasaki. No foreign ships, no foreign ideas, no foreign influence. Japan existed in deliberate isolation, a feudal society of samurai warriors, rice farmers, and ancient traditions that had barely changed in centuries. But now, Perry's black ships sat in Edo Bay, just miles from the capital, and everything was about to change. The shogunate officials who came to meet Perry were terrified. They'd heard rumors about what had happened in China, about how the British had used similar ships to defeat the Qing dynasty in the Opium Wars. They knew that Japan's wooden vessels, their traditional weapons, their centuries-old military tactics, all of it was suddenly obsolete. Perry understood this too. To drive the point home, he ordered a demonstration. The cannons fired. Explosive shells tore through the water, their range and destructive power unlike anything the Japanese had ever witnessed. The steam engines roared to life, moving the massive ships in any direction Perry chose, regardless of wind or current. The message was clear: resist, and these weapons would be turned on Japanese cities. The shogun's advisors debated through the night. Some wanted to fight, to preserve Japan's honor, even in certain defeat. Others argued that resistance was suicide. These Americans possessed technology that Japan couldn't match, couldn't counter, couldn't even understand. In the end, they had no real choice. On March 31st, 1854, Japan signed the Convention of Kanagawa. The treaty opened 2 Japanese ports to American ships. It guaranteed the safety of shipwrecked American sailors. It established a permanent American consulate on Japanese soil. And, most importantly, it shattered the wall of isolation that had protected Japan for 200 years. These were what historians call unequal treaties. Agreements that benefited the Western power while offering the Asian nation nothing except a promise not to be attacked. Japan wasn't negotiating from a position of strength. They were capitulating under the threat of violence. The psychological wound ran deep. For the first time in their history, the Japanese had been forced to submit to a foreign power. Not through honorable defeat in battle, but through the simple, brutal reality that they possessed wooden ships and swords while the Americans possessed steel and steam engines. Soon, other Western powers followed. Britain, France, Russia, the Netherlands. Each demanded their own treaties, their own ports, their own trading rights. Japan, powerless to refuse, signed them all. But Perry's black ships had done more than just open Japan's ports. They'd posed a question that would haunt Japanese leaders for the next 50 years. How do we make sure this never happens again? How do we prevent foreign powers from dictating terms to us at gunpoint? How do we close this technological gap that has left us defenseless? How do we transform from a feudal society into a modern nation capable of standing equal with the West? The answer to that question lay 1,500 miles west, across the sea, where China was learning a far more brutal lesson about what happened when traditional Asian powers refused to modernize fast enough. And Japanese officials were watching very, very carefully. While Japan watched nervously from its islands, China, the cultural and economic center of Asia for 2,000 years, was being systematically destroyed. The problem started with opium. The British East India Company had discovered something remarkable. If you flooded China with addictive drugs, you could create an entire market of customers who had no choice but to keep buying. By the 1830s, millions of Chinese were addicted to opium imported from British-controlled India. The Qing government watched in horror as addiction ravaged their population. Productivity collapsed. Families disintegrated. The social fabric of Chinese society began to tear apart. In 1839, they'd finally had enough. Chinese officials seized and destroyed over 40,000 chests of British opium. They banned the drug trade completely. They expelled British merchants from Canton. Britain's response was to go to war. The First Opium War lasted from 1839 to 1842. It wasn't even close. British steam-powered gunboats moved up Chinese rivers, bombarding cities at will. Modern rifles cut down Chinese troops armed with medieval weapons. Military tactics that had worked for centuries proved useless against an industrialized enemy. China lost. Catastrophically. The Treaty of Nanking that followed forced China to legalize opium trade across the country. Pay massive reparations to Britain, 21 million silver dollars, an astronomical sum. Grant favorable trade concessions. And hand over Hong Kong Island to the British Empire in perpetuity. But Britain wasn't finished. When China tried to resist further exploitation, the Second Opium War broke out in 1856. This time, France joined Britain. Again, China was crushed. More unequal treaties followed. More territorial concessions. More foreign control over Chinese trade and governance. More humiliation. To the north, Russia saw its opportunity. While China weakened, Russian forces seized a 3,000-mile stretch of Pacific coastline from Chinese territory. Land that included valuable ports and resources. Land that would make Russia a major power in Asia. And China could do nothing but watch. Internally, the empire descended into chaos. The Taiping Rebellion, a massive civil war fueled by economic collapse and foreign humiliation, killed nearly 30 million people between 1850 and 1864. 30 million. More than the entire population of the United States at the time. The Qing dynasty was losing its grip. The nation that had been the undisputed center of Asian civilization for 2 millennia was coming apart at the seams. For Japanese observers, China's collapse provided 2 critical lessons. First, traditional Asian societies could not defend themselves against Western industrial powers. The technological gap was simply too vast. Numerical superiority didn't matter. Fighting spirit didn't matter. Ancient military traditions didn't matter. Steel ships and modern weapons would always win. Second, and perhaps more importantly, China had made a fatal mistake in their response to the Western threat. Chinese leaders had viewed Western civilization as barbaric, and their own culture as inherently superior. This cultural arrogance had prevented them from studying their enemy, from understanding what made the West so powerful, from adapting to the new reality of the industrial age. As historian Sarah C. Payne would later write, Chinese elites' pervasive contempt for foreigners had discouraged the study of the West. They failed to appreciate the unprecedented nature of the threat, let alone the need to counter with an unprecedented strategy. The Chinese assumed what had functioned so well in the past would do so in the future. They were wrong. Japan would not make the same mistake. If they were going to survive in this new world order dominated by industrialized Western powers, they needed to understand what made those powers successful. Not dismiss them as barbarians, but study them, learn from them, and most importantly, match them. The study of the West began in 1857 with something simple: books. Japanese scholars launched a massive effort to translate Western texts into Japanese. Works on science, navigation, military tactics, medicine, law. Knowledge flooded into a nation that had been sealed off for 2 centuries. Then came the students. Young Japanese were sent abroad to study at Western universities, to observe Western institutions firsthand, to understand how these foreign powers had become so dominant. But studying the West wasn't going to be enough. If Japan was truly going to transform itself, if it was going to close the technological and military gap that had left them vulnerable, then the entire structure of Japanese society would have to change. And that meant the shogun system itself, the military dictatorship that had ruled Japan for centuries, would have to go. The revolution came in 1868. It started with a war. The Boshin War, a conflict between forces loyal to the shogun and reformers who wanted to restore power to the imperial throne. The shogunate's authority had been fatally weakened by its inability to resist Perry's demands, by the unequal treaties it had been forced to sign, by its failure to protect Japan from foreign interference. The reformers won. After a decisive defeat at the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, Japan's last shogun, Tokugawa Yoshinobu, resigned. 265 years of Tokugawa rule came to an end. In place of the shogun, the reformers installed 15-year-old Emperor Meiji. He would serve as the legitimate face of the new government, the symbol of a new era. The transformation would bear his name, the Meiji Restoration. But the real power belonged to a group of ambitious modernizers who understood that Japan's survival depended on rapid, total transformation. They called themselves the Meiji Reformers, and they were about to remake Japan from the ground up. They started with symbolism. The capital was moved from Kyoto to Edo, and the city was renamed Tokyo, meaning Eastern Capital. A new name for a new beginning. Then came the most ambitious diplomatic mission in Japanese history. In 1871, the Iwakura mission departed Japan. 50 statesmen and scholars, led by prominent reformer Iwakura Tomomi, embarked on a 2-year journey across 12 countries. They went to Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States. They met with Queen Victoria and President Ulysses S. Grant. They toured factories, shipyards, universities, and government institutions. What they saw transformed their understanding of power. Modern steel mills producing more metal in a day than traditional Japanese forges could produce in a year. Steam-powered locomotives moving people and goods faster than any horse. Telegraph lines transmitting messages across continents in seconds. Universities teaching science, engineering, medicine to thousands of students. But the Iwakura mission reached a crucial conclusion. Simply acquiring modern technology wasn't enough. To truly thrive, Japan needed to embrace the very foundations of Western power. Their civil institutions, their economic systems, their political structures. These were the essential building blocks that made Western nations powerful. And so the Meiji reformers set about rebuilding Japanese society entirely. Education came first. In 1872, elementary schooling was made compulsory across the nation. Every Japanese child, regardless of social class, would learn to read and write. Tokyo Imperial University was established in 1877 to train Japan's new elite in Western science and philosophy. The government was restructured completely. In 1889, Japan adopted a British-style parliamentary system. The Diet, a parliament with a cabinet serving under a prime minister, a modern civil service to administer the nation, a westernized criminal code and judicial system to enforce laws. A written constitution was drafted, carefully studied, and adapted from European models. It established the rights and responsibilities of citizens, the structure of government, or the rule of law. The economy was revolutionized. The Bank of Japan was founded in 1882, modeled on European central banks. The Marunouchi district in Tokyo, transformed into a thriving business center, rows of red brick buildings that earned it the nickname Little London. Railways were built. Telegraph lines were strung. Factories rose in cities across the nation. Shipyards began constructing modern vessels. Millions of people left the countryside and flooded into the cities, finding employment in commercial and industrial enterprises. Tokyo's population doubled to 2.2 million. An agricultural society was becoming an industrial power. The transformation was happening at a pace the world had never seen before. What had taken Britain a century to accomplish, Japan was doing in a generation. But this breakneck modernization came at tremendous cost. Traditional ways of life evaporated almost overnight. Samurai warriors found their social position eliminated by the new government. Farmers were uprooted from ancestral lands. Ancient customs were abandoned in favor of Western practices. Many Japanese felt their cultural identity was being eroded, replaced by something foreign and strange. The Meiji reformers understood this danger. They needed something to bind the nation together during this chaotic transformation, something to give meaning and purpose to all the upheaval. Their solution was state Shinto. Shinto, Japan's traditional religion, held that the emperor was divine, a direct descendant of Amaterasu, the sun goddess. For centuries, this belief had existed quietly in Japanese culture. Now, the Meiji reformers elevated it to the center of national identity. If the emperor was divine, then he demanded absolute loyalty from every Japanese citizen. His authority was unquestionable. His will was sacred. And since the emperor blessed the new government and its modernization program, obedience to the government became obedience to a living God. This ideology served its purpose. Emperor Meiji became the glue holding Japanese society together, the bridge between the old world and the new, between samurai tradition and industrial modernity. But state Shinto would have consequences that nobody in 1870 could have predicted. It created a foundation for unquestioning obedience to authority, for absolute loyalty to the nation, for the belief that Japan's emperor, and by extension, Japan itself, held a special, divine place in the world. Seeds were being planted that would bear bitter fruit 70 years later. But in the 1870s and 80s, the Meiji reformers weren't thinking about the distant future. They were racing to close the gap with the West before it was too late. And there was one more area where they would need to catch up: military power. The Meiji reformers had studied the West carefully, and they'd noticed something crucial. Nearly every great power had a large empire backed by a powerful military. Britain ruled a quarter of the globe. France controlled vast territories in Africa and Southeast Asia. Russia was expanding east across Siberia. Even the United States, despite its anti-colonial rhetoric, had seized territory from Mexico and Spain. The reformers reached a logical conclusion. If Japan wanted to be taken seriously as a modern power, if it wanted to protect its interests and gain respect on the world stage, it too would need an empire. And that meant building a military capable of conquest. In 1873, Japan introduced conscription. For the first time in Japanese history, military service became a universal obligation for all young men. No longer would warfare be the exclusive domain of the samurai class. The army underwent rapid modernization, drawing heavily on the Prussian model. German military advisors were brought to Japan to train officers in modern tactics, organization, and discipline. The goal was to forge a fighting force that could match any Western army. The samurai, who had seen their traditional role in society disappear with the end of the shogunate, found new purpose as officers in the Imperial Japanese Army. Their warrior culture, their code of discipline, their willingness to die for honor, these values were preserved and channeled into the new military structure. But it was the navy that would truly define Japan's transformation. General Yamagata Aritomo, one of the most influential military leaders of the Meiji era, articulated the strategic vision: Japan must become a floating fortress, capable of exercising power in all directions. The Japanese Navy was modelled explicitly on the British Royal Navy, the most powerful maritime force in the world. British naval architects were hired. Officers were sent to Britain for training. Modern warships were purchased from British shipyards and studied meticulously. By the end of the century, Japan had constructed a fleet of over 30 modern warships. Battleships, armed with long-range guns. Cruisers, capable of high-speed operations. Destroyers that could challenge any navy in Asian waters. The investment was staggering. Military spending consumed a massive portion of the government budget. Taxes were raised. The civilian population made sacrifices. But the Meiji reformers believed it was necessary. Without military strength, all their other reforms would be meaningless. And remarkably, it was working. By the 1890s, just 40 years after Perry's black ships had arrived, Japan had transformed itself completely. A feudal society ruled by warlords had become a constitutional monarchy with a modern parliament. An agricultural economy had become an industrial powerhouse. An isolated nation had become a player in international diplomacy. A country with no modern military had built armed forces that could challenge any power in Asia. The transformation was unprecedented in human history. No nation had ever modernized so quickly, so thoroughly, with such determination. But the Meiji reformers understood something important. All this modernization would be tested. Sooner or later, Japan would have to prove itself on the battlefield. Would their new military actually work against a real enemy? Could they compete with established powers? Or had they merely created an impressive facade? The answer would come in 1894. And the target would be China. Korea had been a tributary state of China for centuries. It acknowledged Chinese dominance in exchange for protection. But for Japan's new leaders, Korea represented something crucial, a gateway to the Asian mainland. Controlling Korea would provide a perfect staging base for further military expansion into Asia. It would also demonstrate to the Japanese people that the Meiji reforms were working, that their sacrifices had been worth it. Most importantly, it would help contain Russian expansion. Russia was building the Trans-Siberian Railway. Once complete, it would allow rapid transportation of Russian troops and resources into East Asia. If Russia established a presence in Korea, they could threaten Japan directly. Securing Korea before the railway was finished became a strategic imperative. In 1894, using civil unrest in Korea as a pretext, Japan launched an invasion. They moved quickly, capturing the Korean capital and forcing King Gojong to install a government favorable to Japanese interests. Then they turned their attention to China. The First Sino-Japanese War was supposed to be a test. Could Japan's new military actually defeat a larger, more established power? Could their modernization program stand up to real combat? The answer exceeded even their own expectations. Japanese forces defeated the Chinese in nearly every engagement. On land, Japanese troops using modern tactics and weapons overwhelmed Chinese armies that still relied on outdated strategies. At sea, the Japanese Navy destroyed the Chinese fleet in the Battle of the Yalu River, demonstrating that their investment in modern warships had paid off. In just 8 months, the war was over. China sued for peace. The Treaty of Shimonoseki gave Japan everything they'd wanted. Korea became a Japanese protectorate. The island of Formosa, modern-day Taiwan, was ceded to Japan. The Liaodong Peninsula, with its strategic ports, came under Japanese control. And China was forced to pay massive reparations, 200 million taels of silver. Japan had done it. They'd proven that their modernization program worked. They'd defeated a larger power. They'd taken their first steps toward building an empire. They'd established themselves as the rising power in Asia. But their celebration would be short-lived, because Western powers were watching, and they weren't pleased. Russia, in particular, saw Japan's gains as a direct threat to their own ambitions in Asia. The Liaodong Peninsula that Japan had just won from China included Port Arthur, a warm-water port that Russia wanted for themselves. So Russia made a move. They formed a coalition with Germany and France, and together these 3 European powers delivered an ultimatum to Japan. Return the Liaodong Peninsula to China, or face war with all 3 nations. This became known as the Triple Intervention. Japan was furious. They'd won the territory fairly in war. They'd defeated China decisively. And now Western powers were forcing them to give up their prize simply because Japan wasn't strong enough to resist? But what choice did they have? Fighting 3 European powers simultaneously would be suicide. Reluctantly, Japan returned the Liaodong Peninsula to China. The sense of humiliation was profound. Nationalist sentiment surged across Japan. The desire for revenge grew. And then, just 3 years later, Russia seized the Liaodong Peninsula for themselves. It was a betrayal that confirmed what many Japanese had suspected all along: the West would never treat them as equals. No matter how much they modernized, no matter how many wars they won, they would always be seen as inferior. The message was clear. If Japan wanted respect, if they wanted to be left alone to build their empire, they would need to become even stronger. Strong enough that Western powers wouldn't dare interfere. A massive military build-up began. More ships, more guns, more soldiers. Japan was preparing for the next war. And this time, their opponent would be Russia. The humiliation of the triple intervention burned in Japanese memory. For 3 years, they'd watched as Russia, the very power that had forced them to return the Liaodong Peninsula, now occupied that same territory themselves. Port Arthur, the warm water port Japan had won in battle, was now flying Russian flags. Japanese military leaders seethed. Nationalist newspapers demanded action. The public felt betrayed by the weakness of their own government, which had capitulated to Western demands. But more importantly, Russia's presence in Asia was expanding rapidly. The Trans-Siberian Railway was nearing completion. This engineering marvel, over 5,000 miles of track connecting Moscow to the Pacific, would fundamentally change the balance of power in Asia. Once finished, Russia could move troops and supplies east in weeks instead of months. And Russia wasn't stopping at the railway. They were eyeing Manchuria, the resource-rich region in northeastern China. They were making moves toward Korea. They were building a Pacific empire. For Japan, this was an existential threat. If Russia dominated Manchuria and Korea, Japan would be trapped. Their access to the Asian mainland would be blocked. Their security would depend entirely on Russian goodwill. The empire they'd worked so hard to begin would be strangled in its infancy. Something had to be done. But what? Fighting Russia directly seemed impossible. Russia was a great European power with the largest army in the world. They had virtually unlimited manpower. They controlled vast territories and resources. On paper, a war between Japan and Russia would be suicide. But Japanese military planners saw something that gave them hope. Russia's strength was concentrated in Europe, thousands of miles away from their Asian territories. The Trans-Siberian Railway, while impressive, was still a single vulnerable supply line. Russian naval forces in the Pacific were relatively small. And most importantly, Russia had grown complacent, underestimating Japan as a backward Asian nation. If Japan struck first, struck hard, and struck fast, they might achieve victory before Russia could bring its full strength to bear. The opportunity came in 1900. In China, a group of rebels, known as the Boxers, launched an uprising against foreign influence. They attacked Western missionaries, merchants, and diplomats. They destroyed railways and telegraph lines. They besieged foreign legations in Beijing. The Western powers responded with a multinational military expedition. 8 nations, including Japan, Russia, Britain, and the United States, sent troops to put down the rebellion and protect their citizens. But Russia saw an opportunity beyond just suppressing the Boxers. Russian forces poured into Manchuria, claiming they needed to protect the Trans-Siberian Railway that ran through the region. By the end of 1900, Russia had effectively occupied all of Manchuria. Over 100,000 Russian troops now controlled the entire province. Japan watched with growing alarm. This was exactly what they'd feared. Russia was establishing facts on the ground, seizing territory that Japan had wanted for themselves. Initially, Japanese diplomats tried negotiation. They proposed that Russia acknowledge Japan's interests in Korea, while Japan would acknowledge Russia's interests in Manchuria. A division of spheres of influence that might prevent conflict. Russia refused. Why should they negotiate with Japan? Japan was a minor Asian power. Russia was a European giant. Russian officials believed they could take whatever they wanted in Asia, and there was nothing Japan could do about it. For 3 years, negotiations dragged on. Russia made promises to withdraw from Manchuria, then broke those promises. They made conciliatory statements, then sent more troops east. They played for time, waiting for the Trans-Siberian Railway to be fully operational. By 1904, Japanese patience had run out. On February 6, 1904, Japan broke off diplomatic relations with Russia. 2 days later, on February 8th, the Japanese Navy launched a surprise torpedo attack on the Russian Pacific Fleet anchored at Port Arthur. The Russo-Japanese War had begun. And the world was about to witness something unprecedented, an Asian nation going to war against a European great power. Most Western observers expected Russia to win easily. Some predicted the war would be over in weeks. Japan, they believed, was brave but foolish, courageous but doomed. They were wrong. The surprise attack on Port Arthur didn't sink the Russian fleet, but it damaged several warships and, more importantly, shocked the Russians into realizing this wouldn't be an easy war. Japanese ground forces moved quickly. They landed troops in Korea, securing the peninsula within weeks. Then they crossed into Manchuria, advancing toward Port Arthur and the Russian positions there. What followed was some of the most brutal fighting the world had seen. The Battle of Mukden in March 1905 involved over 600,000 soldiers, 300,000 on each side. It lasted 10 days. Both sides suffered catastrophic casualties. The wounded and dying covered the frozen Manchurian landscape. But Japan kept winning. Not easily, not cheaply, but winning, nonetheless, is greater than their soldiers were better trained. Their officers made better tactical decisions. Their logistics were more efficient. Their motivation was higher. The 40 years of Meiji modernization were paying off in the most brutal way possible on the battlefield. At sea, the situation was even more decisive. Russia's Pacific Fleet had been bottled up in Port Arthur and largely destroyed. So, the Tsar decided to send the Baltic Fleet, Russia's main naval force based in Europe, all the way around the world to destroy the Japanese Navy. It was an epic journey. The Russian fleet had to sail from the Baltic Sea, around the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa, across the Indian Ocean, and up to the Pacific. Over 18,000 miles. 7 months at sea. The British, allied with Japan, denied Russia passage through the Suez Canal. This forced the longer route around Africa and gave Japan crucial time to prepare. By the time the Russian fleet arrived in the waters between Korea and Japan in May 1905, Admiral Togo Heihachiro was waiting for them. The Battle of Tsushima would become one of the most decisive naval engagements in history. Togo commanded the Japanese fleet with brilliant tactical precision. He had the advantage of fighting close to his home bases, while the Russian fleet was exhausted from months at sea. Japanese gunners were better trained. Japanese ships were faster. Japanese tactics were superior. The battle lasted 2 days. When it was over, the Russian fleet had been annihilated. Of the Russian fleet's 8 battleships, 6 were sunk and 2 were captured. 21 of their 38 total ships were destroyed. 4,800 Russian sailors were killed. 6,000 were captured. It was a catastrophe. Japanese losses: 3 torpedo boats sunk. 117 men killed. Watching this battle from the deck of a Japanese cruiser was a 21-year-old officer named Isoroku Yamamoto. He'd been wounded in the fighting, losing 2 fingers from his left hand. But he'd witnessed something that would shape his thinking for the next 40 years. Yamamoto saw how a surprise attack, Japan's initial torpedo strike on Port Arthur, had put the Russians on the defensive from which they never recovered. He saw how superior tactics and training could overcome numerical disadvantages. He saw how a decisive naval battle could determine the outcome of an entire war. These lessons would stay with him. Decades later, when tasked with planning an attack against the United States, Yamamoto would remember the Battle of Tsushima. The power of surprise, the importance of the first strike, the possibility of defeating a larger enemy. But in 1905, those future implications were unimaginable. What mattered now was that Russia's fleet was destroyed. Their ability to project power in Asia was shattered. The war was effectively over. Tsar Nicholas II, facing revolution at home and military catastrophe abroad, agreed to peace negotiations. The Treaty of Portsmouth was signed on September 5, 1905. President Theodore Roosevelt mediated the negotiations, held in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. For his efforts, Roosevelt would win the Nobel Peace Prize. The terms of the treaty gave Japan nearly everything they'd fought for. Russia recognized Japan's paramount interests in Korea. Japan gained control of the Liaodong Peninsula, including Port Arthur, the very territory they'd been forced to return 11 years earlier. Japan acquired the southern half of Sakhalin Island. Most importantly, Japan took control of the Russian-built railways in southern Manchuria. The transformation was complete. In just 50 years, Japan had gone from a feudal society forced open by American warships to a modern industrial power that had defeated one of Europe's great empires. And this victory resonated far beyond Japan itself. For the first time in the modern era, an Asian nation had defeated a European power in war. Colonized peoples across Asia watched with amazement. If Japan could do this, what else was possible? Maybe Western dominance wasn't inevitable. Maybe the balance of power was shifting. In Japan, nationalist pride soared. The Meiji reformers had been vindicated. Their program of rapid modernization had worked. Japan was now unquestionably the dominant power in East Asia. But beneath the celebration, storm clouds were gathering. Because while Japan had won the war, they'd also learned some dangerous lessons. They'd learned that military force could solve diplomatic problems. that surprise attacks could overcome larger enemies. That territorial expansion brought resources and prestige. And perhaps most dangerously, that the Western powers, despite their rhetoric about civilization and international law, ultimately respected only one thing: military strength. These lessons would guide Japanese policy for the next 40 years, and they would lead directly to Pearl Harbor. When the First World War erupted in Europe in 1914, Japan saw an opportunity. Britain, Japan's ally since 1902, requested Japanese assistance in protecting British interests in Asia while Britain focused on the war in Europe. Japan agreed enthusiastically, not because they particularly cared about European politics, but because the war gave them a perfect excuse to expand their empire. Germany had colonial possessions in China and the Pacific. With Germany now fighting a two-front war in Europe, these colonies were virtually defenseless. Japan moved quickly to seize them. By the end of 1914, Japan had captured Germany's Shandong province in China. This gave them control of valuable ports and resources on the Chinese mainland. They also seized several strategic island chains in the Central Pacific: the Mariana Islands, the Marshall Islands, and the Caroline Islands. These weren't just symbolic prizes. The Pacific Islands provided perfect bases for projecting Japanese naval power across the ocean. Shandong gave Japan a stronger foothold in China. The First World War had cost Japan relatively little blood, but had gained them significant territory. When the war ended in 1918, Japan was invited to the peace conference at Versailles as one of the victorious Allied powers. Finally, it seemed, Japan would be treated as an equal at the highest levels of international diplomacy. But what happened at Versailles would shatter that illusion completely. Japan's delegation proposed a racial equality clause to be included in the Covenant of the League of Nations. The language was careful, diplomatic, not demanding major changes. It simply asked for a statement that all nations, regardless of race, would be treated equally. The proposal was rejected. Britain opposed it because accepting racial equality would undermine the justification for their empire, which relied on the assumption that the British were superior to the peoples they colonized. Australia opposed it because they wanted to maintain their White Australia immigration policy. The United States, despite President Wilson's rhetoric about self-determination, also opposed it. The message to Japan was unmistakable. No matter how much they modernized, no matter how many wars they won, no matter how civilized they became by Western standards, they would never be accepted as equals. Their race made them permanently inferior in Western eyes. 6 years later, the United States made this point even more explicitly. In 1924, Congress passed the Immigration Act. Among its many provisions was a clause effectively banning all immigration from Asia. While the law technically applied to all Asians, everyone understood it was primarily aimed at Japanese immigrants. The Japanese government protested formally. Japanese newspapers erupted in outrage. Nationalist politicians pointed to it as proof that America would never treat Japan with respect. And they were right. The Immigration Act was blatantly discriminatory. It told Japanese people that no matter their education, their wealth, their accomplishments, they were not welcome in America because of their race. These humiliations, the rejection at Versailles, the immigration ban, had profound effects on Japanese society. A generation of Japanese leaders grew up believing that the West would never accept them as equals through diplomacy or cultural achievement. The only language the West understood was force. The only currency they respected was military power. If Japan wanted to be left alone to pursue its interests, it would need to be so strong that Western powers wouldn't dare interfere. This worldview would have catastrophic consequences. But from the American perspective, Japan's success was itself becoming a problem. The United States had emerged from World War I as a major Pacific power. They controlled the Philippines, Guam, and other strategic territories. American businesses saw enormous potential in Asian markets, particularly in China. Japan's expanding empire threatened those interests. Every territory Japan gained was a territory where American influence diminished. Every port Japan controlled was a port closed to American trade on equal terms. Japan was becoming a rival, perhaps even a threat. So the United States adopted what they called the open door policy toward China. The idea was simple. China should remain independent and open to trade with all nations equally. No single power should dominate China. It sounded idealistic, but in practice, it was aimed directly at limiting Japanese expansion. And to enforce this policy, the United States began working with other powers to constrain Japan through treaties and agreements. Agreements that would place strict limits on Japanese military power. Agreements that would force Japan to return some of the territories they'd gained. The collision course was set. Japan saw itself as finally earning the respect they deserved through military strength. America saw Japan as an upstart power that needed to be contained. Neither side could understand the other's perspective, and neither side was willing to back down. The Spanish-American War of 1898 had transformed the United States from a regional power into an imperial one. In just 4 months, America had defeated Spain and seized control of its colonies. Cuba became a U.S. protectorate. Puerto Rico was annexed. And most importantly for the Pacific, the United States took possession of the Philippines and Guam. Suddenly, America was a major player in Asian affairs. They had territories to defend, interests to protect, and ambitions to pursue in the region. The Philippines, in particular, represented both an opportunity and a vulnerability. The archipelago sat at the crossroads of Asian trade routes. It provided a base for projecting American power. But it was also thousands of miles from the US mainland, difficult to defend, and surrounded by potential threats. American strategic thinking focused increasingly on China. With a population of 400 million people, China represented the largest potential market on Earth. American businesses salivated at the possibilities. Textiles, machinery, oil. If even a fraction of Chinese consumers could be reached, the profits would be enormous. But there was a problem. European powers and Japan were carving China into spheres of influence. Each power controlled certain regions, certain ports, certain trade routes. American businesses were being shut out. U.S. Secretary of State John Hay responded in 1899 with the open door policy. He sent notes to all the major powers, asking them to respect Chinese territorial integrity and allow equal commercial access to all nations. The policy sounded magnanimous. It was framed as protecting China's sovereignty. But the real goal was protecting American commercial interests. The United States wanted access to Chinese markets without having to conquer Chinese territory. Japan, having just fought wars to gain their foothold in Asia, saw the open-door policy as hypocritical. America was trying to enjoy the benefits of empire without paying the costs. They wanted access to markets that Japan had spent blood and treasure to open. Nevertheless, American power was growing. And with that power came the ability to enforce their preferences through international agreements. In 1921 and 22, the Washington Naval Conference brought together the major naval powers, the United States, Britain, Japan, France, and Italy. The goal was to prevent a destabilizing naval arms race. The resulting treaties placed strict limits on the number of battleships and battlecruisers each nation could possess. The ratio was set at 5 for the US, 5 for Britain, 3 for Japan, and smaller numbers for France and Italy. For Japan, this was another humiliation. The treaty explicitly codified their inferiority. They were allowed only 60% of the naval strength of the Western powers. The message was clear: you are not our equal, and we will make sure you stay that way. The treaties also prohibited the construction of new military bases in the Pacific. This benefited the United States and Britain, who already had extensive bases. But it prevented Japan from building new facilities that could support their growing empire. Most painfully, Japan was forced to return Shandong province to China. This was territory they'd gained by defeating Germany in World War I. Territory they'd fought for. Territory they'd believed was rightfully theirs. Now, Western pressure was forcing them to give it up. In Japan, nationalist outrage exploded. The Washington treaties were seen as Western powers ganging up to suppress Japan's rightful place in Asia. Editorials condemned the government for accepting such humiliating terms. Political rallies demanded a harder line against Western interference. On November 4, 1921, Prime Minister Takashi Hara was assassinated. His killer was a young ultra-nationalist railway worker who opposed Hara's acceptance of the Washington treaties. The Prime Minister was stabbed to death at Tokyo Station. It was a warning sign. A signal that Japanese society was becoming increasingly radicalized. That acceptance of Western demands was becoming politically dangerous, even deadly. But American policymakers largely missed or ignored these warning signs. From their perspective, the treaties were reasonable compromises that prevented conflict while protecting American interests. They didn't understand how deeply humiliating these agreements were to Japanese nationalists. The gap between American intentions and Japanese perceptions was widening. Americans thought they were creating a stable international order. Japanese saw Western powers conspiring to keep them down. Both sides were speaking different languages, even when they used the same words. And neither side was listening to what the other was actually saying. The stage was being set for catastrophe. Prime Minister Hara's assassination was more than just a political murder. It was a symptom of something deeper and more dangerous taking root in Japanese society. The military was beginning to operate beyond civilian control. This wasn't an accident. It was built into the structure of the Japanese government itself. When the Meiji Constitution was written in 1889, it established a dual system of government. There was civilian authority, the Prime Minister, the cabinet, the Diet Parliament. And there was military authority, the army and navy, answering directly to the emperor. In theory, both branches were supposed to cooperate. In practice, this structure gave the military enormous power. The ministers of war and navy had to be active duty military officers. If the army or navy disapproved of government policy, they could simply withdraw their minister. Without a war minister or navy minister, the cabinet would collapse. This gave the military an effective veto over civilian decisions. Even worse, the military had direct access to the emperor through the supreme command. They could present their positions directly to the throne, bypassing the prime minister entirely. And since the emperor was considered divine and above politics, he rarely contradicted military advice. The Meiji generation, the reformers who had modernized Japan, had maintained a delicate balance between these power structures. They'd kept the military focused on external threats, while civilians handled diplomacy and domestic affairs. But by the 1920s, the Meiji generation was dying out, and the balance they'd maintained was dying with them. A new generation of military officers was rising. These men had grown up during Japan's victories over China and Russia. They'd seen military force solve problems that diplomacy couldn't. They'd watched as Western powers only respected Japan when Japan was strong. Many of these officers had been indoctrinated in an intensified version of state Shinto ideology. They believed Japan had a divine mission to dominate Asia, that the emperor's will was absolute. That sacrifice for the nation was the highest virtue, and that anyone who opposed military expansion was a traitor to Japan's destiny. Politicians, meanwhile, were losing public support. The 1920s saw Japan experiment with what historians call Taisho democracy, a period of relatively liberal politics, party competition, and civilian governance. But this coincided with economic stagnation and perceived weakness in foreign policy. Every time the government compromised with Western powers, returning Shandong, accepting naval limitations, showing restraint in China, they were attacked by nationalist critics as weak and unpatriotic. Every treaty signed was portrayed as a betrayal. Every diplomatic settlement was seen as surrender. The military, by contrast, offered simple solutions. Force, expansion, taking what Japan needed rather than begging for it. And as Japan's economic situation worsened, these simple solutions became increasingly attractive. In 1926, a new emperor ascended the throne. Hirohito was just 25 years old, the grandson of Emperor Meiji. Like his grandfather before him, he would give his name to an era. But where Meiji had overseen modernization and transformation, Hirohito would preside over militarization and catastrophe. Not because Hirohito wanted war. In fact, he was generally cautious and preferred diplomatic solutions. But the emperor, despite being theoretically all-powerful, was actually constrained by tradition and structure. The emperor was supposed to remain above politics. He was supposed to approve decisions made by his government and military, not make those decisions himself. When the military presented him with a policy, tradition dictated that he give his blessing rather than override their judgment. This meant that, as the military became more powerful and more radical, Hirohito had few tools to restrain them. His power was ceremonial rather than practical. his divinity actually limited his political agency. And the military was about to become far more radical. Within the army, a movement was coalescing among junior officers. Captains and majors, company and battalion commanders, men who actually led troops in the field. They called themselves the young officers. These men believed that Japan's senior leadership, both civilian and military, had become corrupted by Western influence. They believed that politicians were sellouts who cared more about foreign approval than Japanese interests. They believed that even many generals had grown soft and complacent. The young officers embraced an ideology that combined ultranationalism, anti-capitalism, and militant expansion. They believed Japan needed to purge weak leaders, reject Western economic systems, and aggressively seize the resources and territory Japan needed to thrive. And they were willing to act on these beliefs. Throughout the late 1920s and early 30s, the young officers would launch a campaign of political terrorism. They assassinated prime ministers, business leaders, and anyone they saw as obstacles to Japan's destiny. They attempted coups to overthrow the government. They operated based on a traditional concept called Gekkokujo, the idea that junior officers could disobey their superiors if they believed their superiors were wrong. Senior military leaders were often sympathetic to the young officers' goals, even if they disapproved of their methods. This made it difficult to crack down on them. How could you punish officers for being too patriotic, too devoted to the emperor, too committed to Japanese expansion? The result was that the military was becoming a law unto itself, accountable to no one, driven by ideology rather than strategy, and increasingly willing to take matters into their own hands. All they needed was a catalyst, an event that would allow them to seize control and pursue their vision of Japanese empire without restraint. That catalyst was about to arrive, in the form of the worst economic crisis in modern history. October 29th, 1929. Black Tuesday. The New York Stock Exchange crashed, losing 90% of its value over the next 3 years. But the stock market crash was just the beginning. Banks across America began to fail. Panicked depositors rushed to withdraw their money. When the banks couldn't meet the demand, they collapsed. Nearly a third of all banks in the United States went bankrupt, wiping out people's life savings overnight. President Herbert Hoover, desperate to revive the American economy, signed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act in June 1930. The law imposed massive taxes on foreign imports entering the United States. The goal was to protect American businesses and workers. The result was catastrophe. Other nations retaliated immediately. They imposed their own high tariffs on American goods. International trade collapsed. What had started as an American financial crisis became a global depression. And no country was hit harder than Japan. Japan's entire economy was built on exporting manufactured goods to foreign markets, especially the United States. Silk, textiles, ceramics, these exports paid for the food and raw materials Japan had to import. It was the only way an island nation with limited resources could survive. When international trade collapsed, Japanese exports fell by half almost overnight. The silk industry, which alone employed millions of Japanese workers, saw demand drop by 80%. Factories closed. Workers were laid off by the hundreds of thousands. Wages collapsed for those lucky enough to keep their jobs. In the countryside, farmers couldn't sell their crops. Families went hungry. By 1931, unemployment and poverty had triggered widespread social unrest. Protests erupted in cities. Demonstrations turned violent. The government seemed helpless to address the crisis. People were desperate. And desperate people are willing to embrace radical solutions. The military offered one such solution. Their argument was simple and compelling. Japan's problem, they said, was dependency on foreign trade, dependency on Western markets that could be cut off at any time, dependency on imports of food, fuel, and raw materials from countries that might refuse to sell. The solution? Self-sufficiency through territorial expansion. If Japan controlled territory with natural resources, they wouldn't need to import them. If Japan controlled markets in Asia, they wouldn't depend on Western customers. If Japan built an empire, they could weather any economic storm. It was the same logic that had driven European imperialism for centuries. The same logic that had driven America's westward expansion and seizure of overseas territories. Why should Japan be denied what every other great power had done? This argument found a receptive audience. Hungry workers wanted jobs. Struggling farmers wanted stable prices. Nationalists wanted respect. All of them could be promised that territorial expansion would solve their problems. And there was an obvious target. Manchuria, the resource-rich region in northeastern China. Coal, iron ore, agricultural land, all the things Japan needed. Japan already had a military presence there, protecting the South Manchuria Railway. And China was weak, divided by civil war, unable to resist. The only question was timing. When would Japan make its move? The answer came from the young officers. The radical junior officers who believed Japan's senior leadership was moving too slowly, being too cautious, missing opportunities. They wouldn't wait for permission. They wouldn't ask Tokyo for approval. They would take matters into their own hands. And on September 18th, 1931, they did. September 18th, 1931, 10:30 at night. A section of railway track near Mukden, Manchuria, exploded. Japanese officers from the Kwantung Army, the force stationed in Manchuria to protect Japanese interests, immediately blamed Chinese saboteurs. Within hours, Japanese troops were moving to occupy the entire city of Mukden. By morning, they were advancing across all of Manchuria. There was just one problem with the story. Japanese officers had planted the explosives themselves. The Mukden incident, as it became known, was a false flag operation. A deliberately manufactured crisis designed to justify military action. The young officers of the Kwantung Army had decided that Japan needed to conquer Manchuria, and since the government in Tokyo was moving too slowly, they would create the pretext themselves. This was Gekkokujo in action. Junior officers acting independently, disobeying their superiors, taking what they believed was necessary for Japan's survival. The government in Tokyo was shocked. Prime Minister Wakatsuki Reijiro immediately ordered the Kwantung Army to halt its operations and return to their barracks. The Kwantung Army ignored him. They simply continued their conquest as if the Prime Minister hadn't spoken. By the end of 1931, they had occupied most of southern Manchuria. By early 1932, they controlled the entire province. The Japanese government faced an impossible choice. They could publicly repudiate the Kwantung Army's actions, which would humiliate the military and make Japan look weak and divided to foreign powers. Or they could endorse what had been done, legitimizing the conquest, but also legitimizing the military's ability to act without civilian approval. They chose to endorse it. To save face. To present a united front to the world. But in doing so, they surrendered any remaining control over the military. The message was clear to every officer in the Imperial Army. If you take aggressive action in the name of Japanese expansion, the government will have no choice but to support you. Civilian authority meant nothing if the military was willing to ignore it. In Manchuria, the Japanese established a puppet state they called Manchukuo. They installed Puyi, the last emperor of China's Qing dynasty, as the nominal ruler. But real power belonged to Japanese administrators and the Kwantung Army. The international response was immediate but toothless. China appealed to the League of Nations, the international organization created after World War I to prevent exactly this kind of aggression. The League sent a commission to investigate. After a year of study, they issued a report condemning Japan's actions and demanding withdrawal from Manchuria. Japan's response? They walked out of the League of Nations. On March 27, 1933, Japan's delegation formally withdrew from the organization. The dramatic walkout was captured on newsreel footage that played in theaters around the world. Japan was essentially telling the international community, "We don't need your approval, and we won't accept your constraints." The League of Nations did nothing. They had no military force to back up their demands. The United States wasn't even a member. Britain and France were focused on their own problems. Japan faced no real consequences for its aggression. This was a catastrophic precedent. It demonstrated that international law meant nothing without the power to enforce it. It showed that aggressive expansion could succeed if you were willing to ignore diplomatic pressure. It emboldened militarists not just in Japan, but around the world. Adolf Hitler was watching carefully from Germany. Benito Mussolini was watching from Italy. Both drew the same conclusion. The international order was weak. Aggressive powers could take what they wanted. In Japan, the young officers had been completely vindicated. They defied the government, conquered an entire province, and faced no real punishment. Instead, they were celebrated as patriots who had secured vital resources for Japan. Manchuria's coal and iron would fuel Japanese industry. Its agricultural land would feed Japanese people. Its strategic position would protect Japanese interests. The lesson was clear. Bold action succeeded where cautious diplomacy failed. Force was more effective than negotiation. Taking what you needed was better than asking for it. But the young officers weren't satisfied with Manchuria alone. They had tasted victory. They had proven their methods worked. And they believed Japan's destiny required much more than one province. Their vision was of a vast Japanese empire spanning all of East Asia. An empire that would make Japan self-sufficient, powerful, respected, and immune to the economic and political pressures that had made the 1920s so difficult. Anyone who stood in the way of this vision, politicians, businessmen, intellectuals, even senior military officers who counseled restraint, would be dealt with. The campaign of terror was about to begin. The assassinations started in earnest in 1932. On February 9th, former finance minister Inoue Junosuke was shot dead by a member of a right-wing nationalist group. His crime? Supporting financial policies that prioritize stability over military expansion. On March 5, industrialist Dan Takuma, director of the Mitsui Zaibatsu, was assassinated in front of his own bank. His crime? Representing the business interests that the young officers believed corrupted Japanese politics. On May 15th, Prime Minister Inukai Tsuyoshi was murdered in his official residence by a group of young naval officers. They walked into his home, shot him 3 times, and then calmly surrendered to police. At their trial, the assassins didn't deny what they'd done. Instead, they proudly explained their motives. One testified, "The imperial way should be spread through the world. The Asiatic nations should first be consolidated into a unit, and thereafter the rest of the world." Another declared, "We killed the Prime Minister because he was an obstacle to the renovation of Japan. He represented the corrupt politicians who sell out our nation's interests to foreign powers." The public reaction stunned observers. Rather than condemning the murderers, many Japanese expressed sympathy for them. Petitions arrived at the court asking for leniency. Some contained blood signatures. People had cut their fingers and signed in their own blood to show the depth of their support. The message was clear. Large portions of Japanese society agreed with the young officers' goals, even if they didn't approve of murder. Politicians were seen as weak and corrupt. The military was seen as pure and patriotic. The assassins received relatively light sentences. Some served only a few years in prison. The courts seemed reluctant to punish men who claimed they were acting in the emperor's interests. The most dramatic attempt came in 1936. On February 26, 1,400 troops, led by young officers, launched a coup attempt in Tokyo. They assassinated several senior government officials. They occupied key government buildings. They demanded the installation of a military government that would pursue aggressive expansion without restraint. For 3 days, Tokyo was effectively under martial law, while senior military leaders debated what to do. Some sympathized with the coup plotters' goals. Others worried about the chaos and indiscipline. Emperor Hirohito himself finally intervened, ordering the rebellion crushed. The coup failed. 17 officers were executed. But even this failed coup had lasting effects. The military used the February 26th incident to purge moderate voices from the government. Any politician or official suspected of insufficient commitment to expansion was removed. The cabinet was reorganized to give the military even more influence. The war minister gained the power to attend all cabinet meetings and veto any policy the army opposed. From this point forward, Japan would be effectively controlled by its military. The Prime Minister would still exist. The Diet would still meet. But real power belonged to the War Minister and the Army General Staff. And those military leaders had learned an important lesson from the young officers' campaign of terror. You couldn't openly defy them without risking assassination. You couldn't counsel restraint without being labelled a traitor. The safest course was to go along with aggressive expansion, even if you had private doubts. Fear had become a tool of policy. Not fear of foreign enemies, but fear of your own military colleagues. The path to war was no longer a choice. It had become inevitable. And the next target had already been identified. Not another province in China, but all of China. While political terror reshaped Tokyo, something remarkable was happening in Manchuria. The puppet state of Manchukuo was becoming an economic miracle. Japan poured massive investment into the region. They built railways connecting every major city and resource center. They constructed modern roads where dirt paths had existed before. They developed heavy industry on a scale China had never seen. Coal mines expanded dramatically. Steel mills rose in cities across the province. Factories produced everything from cement to chemicals. Power plants generated electricity for industrial growth. The South Manchuria Railway Company became one of the largest conglomerates in Asia, controlling not just transportation but also mining, manufacturing, and urban development. Japanese engineers, managers, and administrators flooded into Manchuria. They brought modern techniques, strict organization, and substantial capital. The goal was simple: transform Manchuria into the industrial heartland that would fuel Japan's empire. The results were staggering. By 1943, Manchukuo was producing 50% of all Chinese coal, 78% of China's electricity, 87% of its pig iron, 93% of its steel, 66% of its concrete, 99% of its soybean oil. The region's per capita income was 50% higher than the rest of China. It had become the most industrialized part of Asia outside the Japanese home islands. More advanced than Shanghai, more productive than the Yangtze River Valley. For Japanese military leaders, this success seemed to validate everything they believed. Territorial conquest worked. Aggressive expansion brought concrete benefits. The resources of Manchuria were flowing to Japan, fueling industry, creating jobs, generating wealth. All the things diplomacy and trade agreements had failed to deliver, military force had achieved. The lesson seemed obvious. If Manchuria could be transformed this dramatically, why not the rest of China? Why not Southeast Asia? Why not the entire Western Pacific? Japan had the military power. They had proven they could develop conquered territories. They had shown that Western powers wouldn't actually fight to stop them. What was to prevent Japan from building an empire that would make them truly self-sufficient and immune to Western economic pressure? This thinking ignored some crucial realities. First, Manchuria's success required massive ongoing investment. The costs were enormous, and they were draining Japan's economy. Every yen spent building railways in Manchuria was a yen not spent on schools, hospitals, or infrastructure in Japan itself. Second, Manchuria's transformation had displaced and impoverished millions of Chinese. Japanese development benefited Japanese interests, not local populations. Resentment was building. Resistance movements were forming. The stability that made development possible required constant military presence and often brutal suppression. Third, and most importantly, the rest of China wasn't going to be as easy as Manchuria. Manchuria had been relatively isolated and weakly governed when Japan invaded. The rest of China was different. It had a larger population, stronger national consciousness, better organized resistance. And unlike in 1931, the Chinese were now preparing for Japanese aggression. But these warnings were dismissed by Japan's military leadership. They saw only the success, not the costs. Only the benefits, not the risks. Only the power, not the limits. In 1937, a minor incident at a bridge near Beijing would give them the excuse they needed. It would start as a small border clash. Within months, it would become a full-scale war. Within years, it would become an endless quagmire that drained Japan's resources, killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and ultimately led directly to war with the United States. But in 1937, Japanese commanders were confident. They'd defeated China before. They'd conquered Manchuria easily. How hard could the rest of China be? They were about to find out. July 7th, 1937. The Marco Polo Bridge, just outside Beijing. Japanese troops were conducting night training exercises near the bridge. Shots were fired. The Japanese claimed a soldier had gone missing and demanded to search the nearby town. Chinese forces refused. More shots were exchanged. The missing soldier turned up a few hours later. He'd simply gotten lost in the dark. The incident should have ended there. Instead, it became the spark that ignited the Second Sino-Japanese War. Japanese commanders in China saw an opportunity. They'd been looking for a pretext to expand their control beyond Manchuria into northern China. This minor clash would do. Within days, reinforcements were pouring into the region. Within weeks, Japanese forces were attacking Chinese positions across northern China. The Japanese military expected a quick victory. In the First Sino-Japanese War 40 years earlier, they'd defeated China in 8 months. During the Manchurian conquest, Chinese resistance had crumbled within a year. They assumed this campaign would be similar. They were catastrophically wrong. Because this time, China was united. For a decade, China had been torn apart by civil war. The nationalist government, under Chiang Kai-shek, had been fighting the Chinese Communist Party, led by Mao Zedong. Hundreds of thousands had died in this internal conflict. The nation was fractured, weak, unable to resist foreign aggression. But the Japanese invasion changed everything. Facing an external threat that threatened China's very existence, Chiang and Mao reached an agreement. They would pause their civil war and form a united front against Japan. Nationalist and communist forces would fight side by side. All of China's resources would be mobilized for national defense. For the first time in years, China spoke with one voice. And that voice said, "No more territorial concessions, no more humiliations, we fight." The scale of the war quickly exceeded anything Japan had anticipated. Japan had initially committed about 200,000 troops, expecting to occupy a few key cities and force China to negotiate. By the end of 1937, they had 600,000 soldiers fighting in China. By 1938, over 1 million. The fighting was brutal. Japanese forces advanced rapidly in the early months, capturing Beijing, Shanghai, and other major cities. But controlling cities didn't mean controlling the countryside. And the Chinese rather than surrendering, simply retreated inland and continued fighting. The Japanese expected the fall of major cities to break Chinese will. Instead, Chiang Kai-shek moved his capital from Nanjing to Wuhan, and when Wuhan fell, to Chongqing deep in the interior. The Chinese government refused to capitulate. Japanese supply lines stretched longer and longer. Every mile they advanced meant more railways to protect, more roads to patrol, more garrisons to maintain. Chinese guerrilla fighters harassed these supply lines constantly. Sabotage, ambushes, hit-and-run attacks. The quick war Japanese commanders had promised became a grinding war of attrition. And it was draining Japan's resources at an alarming rate. Modern warfare consumed vast quantities of fuel, ammunition, and supplies. Every bullet fired, every shell exploded, every gallon of gasoline burned had to be imported from overseas or manufactured in Japan's industrial centers. The war was turning into a contest of industrial capacity and economic endurance. This was a contest Japan couldn't win. Japan's economy was smaller than China's. Their population was a fraction of China's. They lacked the natural resources for sustained warfare. The only advantage Japan had was technological and organizational superiority. But that advantage wasn't enough to force China to surrender. By 1939, Japan controlled about one-third of Chinese territory. They held most of the major cities, the industrial centers, the key railroads and ports. But the remaining two-thirds of China remained hostile. Hundreds of millions of Chinese lived beyond Japanese control, supporting resistance movements and regular armies that continued to fight. Japanese casualties were mounting at a terrible rate. By the time of Pearl Harbor, in December 1941, over 600,000 Japanese soldiers had been killed or wounded in China. 600,000. And the war showed no signs of ending. Back in Japan, the war's costs were becoming unbearable. By 1941, military spending consumed 80% of the government's budget. 80%. That meant almost nothing was left for education, infrastructure, social services, or any other government function. Consumer goods had virtually disappeared. All industrial capacity was directed toward military production. Civilian living standards collapsed. Rationing became the norm. People went hungry so the army could be fed. And most critically, Japan's fuel consumption had skyrocketed. In 1935, Japan imported 67% of its oil. By 1939, that figure had reached 90%. The war machine consumed fuel at rates that peacetime economy never had. Planes, ships, trucks, tanks, all burning oil that Japan didn't produce. The war that was supposed to make Japan self-sufficient was instead making them more dependent than ever on foreign resources. But pulling out of China was politically impossible. The military had staked its prestige on victory. 600,000 casualties couldn't be acknowledged as meaningless. The investment couldn't be written off. To withdraw would be to admit the entire strategy of expansion had been a mistake. So Japan was trapped in China, bleeding resources and lives with no clear path to victory. And while they were trapped there, events in Europe were about to offer them both a tempting opportunity and a terrible dilemma. Before we continue, we need to address what happened in December 1937. because it fundamentally changed how the West viewed Japan. After capturing Shanghai in November, Japanese forces advanced west toward Nanking, China's capital. The city fell on December 13th. What followed was 6 weeks of systematic atrocity. Japanese soldiers murdered approximately 300,000 Chinese civilians and prisoners of war, half the city's population. The killings weren't random violence of combat. They were organized massacres. Mass executions where victims were lined up and shot. Beheading contests between officers competing for the highest count. Civilians buried alive in mass graves. Women and girls as young as 7 were systematically raped. Estimates suggest tens of thousands of sexual assaults during those 6 weeks. Many victims were murdered afterward. Western journalists and diplomats were present in Nanking. They witnessed the atrocities. They documented them. They sent reports back to their home countries. The world learned what was happening in real time. John Rabe, a German businessman and Nazi Party member, helped establish a safety zone that saved approximately 200,000 Chinese civilians. His diary provides detailed testimony of what he witnessed. Even as a Nazi, he was horrified by what Japanese forces were doing. Why did this happen? Historians have debated this question for decades. Part of it was ideology. Japanese soldiers had been indoctrinated to view Chinese as racially inferior, barely human. State Shinto ideology taught that Japan's divine mission was to dominate Asia. The emperor's subjects were superior to all other peoples. Part of it was military culture. Japanese training emphasized absolute obedience and treated Chinese lives as worthless. Officers who might have restrained their troops either participated themselves or turned a blind eye. Part of it was rage. Japanese forces had suffered heavy casualties in the battle for Shanghai. The campaign that was supposed to be quick had taken months. Some soldiers saw Nanking as an opportunity for revenge. But explanations aren't excuses. What happened in Nanking was a war crime of enormous scale. The international reaction was immediate. American newspapers ran front-page stories about the massacres. Missionary groups distributed eyewitness accounts. Congressional hearings discussed Japanese atrocities. Public opinion turned sharply against Japan. Up until Nanking, many Americans had viewed the conflict in China as a regional dispute that didn't concern them. After Nanking, Japan was increasingly seen as a brutal aggressor that threatened civilized values. This shift in American public opinion had profound consequences. It made it politically easier for Roosevelt to support China with loans, supplies, and eventually military aid. It made Americans less sympathetic to Japanese grievances about Western discrimination. It framed Japan as an enemy, not just a rival. The road to Pearl Harbor became shorter after Nanking. Is less than Hajon. The road to Pearl Harbor is less than Hajon. Zero hash is greater than, because Americans were no longer neutral observers. They were morally invested in China's survival, and increasingly willing to take actions that would push Japan toward desperation. But in December 1937, Pearl Harbor was still 4 years away. The question now was whether Japan could find a way out of the Chinese quagmire. By 1939, Japan's position had become paradoxical. They controlled 1/3 of China. All the major cities, most of the modern industry, the key railroads and ports. On a map, it looked like overwhelming victory. But maps don't tell the whole story. In the cities, Japanese control was real. They administered the government, policed the streets, collected taxes. Urban Chinese lived under Japanese occupation, whether they liked it or not. But in the countryside, which was most of China, control was an illusion. Chinese guerrilla forces operated freely in areas marked as Japanese-controlled on maps. They ambushed patrols. They destroyed rail lines. They assassinated collaborators. They made it impossible for Japan to exploit the territory they'd supposedly conquered. The Japanese called it rural pacification. The reality was closer to a counterinsurgency that couldn't be won. Every Japanese garrison had to be supplied. Every supply convoy had to be protected. Every mile of railroad needed guards. The territory Japan controlled was so vast that they didn't have enough troops to secure all of it simultaneously. Chinese forces, both communist and nationalist, had adopted strategies of mobile warfare and guerrilla tactics. They avoided pitched battles where Japan's superior firepower would crush them. Instead, they attacked weak points, withdrew before reinforcements arrived, and gradually bled Japanese forces through attrition. Mao Zedong called it People's War. The strategy was simple. The guerrillas swam among the people like fish in the sea. As long as the rural population supported resistance, Japanese occupation would never be secure. And the brutality of Japanese occupation guaranteed that support. Every atrocity created more recruits for resistance movements. Every village destroyed pushed more Chinese to fight. Japan was creating the insurgency they were trying to suppress. The human cost was staggering on both sides. By the time Pearl Harbor came in December 1941, over 600,000 Japanese soldiers had become casualties in China. Killed, wounded, or missing. That was more than the entire Japanese army that had invaded China in 1937. Chinese casualties were exponentially higher. Military and civilian deaths combined likely exceeded 10 million by 1941. Entire regions had been depopulated by warfare, famine, and disease. For the Japanese public, the war had become an endless nightmare. Every family had someone fighting in China. Casualty lists arrived constantly. Sons didn't come home. Fathers left and never returned. The generation of young men was being consumed by a war that seemed to have no end. The economic burden was crushing. By 1941, 80% of government spending went to the military. There was almost nothing left for civilian needs. Schools struggled. Hospitals lacked supplies. Infrastructure crumbled. The standard of living for average Japanese had collapsed. Food was rationed. Consumer goods had disappeared. Everything was sacrificed for the war machine. The prosperity that conquest was supposed to bring never materialized. And the fuel situation was becoming desperate. The war consumed oil at prodigious rates. Planes, ships, trucks, tanks, all burning petroleum products that Japan had to import. Japan's domestic oil production was negligible. They produced only about 10% of what they consumed. The rest came from abroad. mostly from the United States. American oil companies supplied roughly 80% of Japan's petroleum imports. The irony was obvious and painful. Japan was fighting a war of imperial expansion funded by oil purchased from the nation most opposed to that expansion. This dependency was Japan's greatest vulnerability, and American policymakers knew it. If the United States cut off oil exports, Japan's war machine would grind to a halt within months. Some in Washington were already suggesting exactly that. Use the oil embargo as leverage to force Japan to withdraw from China. Cut off the fuel supply and watch Japan's aggression collapse. But others worried about what a desperate, fuel-starved Japan might do. If you corner an animal, it attacks. If you threaten Japan's survival, they might lash out in ways that would be even more dangerous. The debate in Washington continued. The oil kept flowing, and Japan remained trapped in China, unable to win, unwilling to withdraw, slowly drowning in a war they couldn't afford. Then, in September 1939, Germany invaded Poland. The Second World War erupted in Europe, and everything changed. The fall of France in June 1940 sent shockwaves through Tokyo. In just 6 weeks, Germany had done what had seemed impossible. They defeated France, one of Europe's great powers. The French army, considered one of the strongest in the world, had collapsed. Paris had fallen. France had surrendered. For Japan, this opened extraordinary possibilities. France's colony of Indochina, modern-day Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, was now defended by a defeated power. The Vichy French government that collaborated with Germany had no capacity to protect these distant territories. The colonies were essentially defenseless. And Indochina was valuable. Rice to feed armies, rubber for vehicles and equipment, tin for manufacturing, tungsten for weapons production. Resources that Japan desperately needed for their war in China. Better still, if Japan controlled Indochina, they could close the supply routes that were keeping China in the war. Weapons, fuel and supplies from Britain and America reached Chiang Kai-shek's forces through 2 main routes, the Burma Road and through Indochina. Control Indochina, and you cut off one of China's lifelines. The Netherlands had also fallen to Germany, which meant the Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia, were equally vulnerable. And the Dutch East Indies had something Japan needed even more than Indochina's resources: oil. The East Indies produced millions of barrels of oil annually. High-quality petroleum that could fuel ships, planes, and tanks. If Japan controlled those oil fields, they could solve their most critical vulnerability. They wouldn't need to depend on American oil imports. They could sustain their military machine indefinitely. Britain, too, was in trouble. They hadn't been conquered like France, but they were fighting for survival. German bombs were falling on London. U-boats were sinking British ships in the Atlantic. Britain had no resources to spare for defending distant colonies in Southeast Asia. Malaya, with its rubber plantations and tin mines. Burma, with its oil fields and supply routes to China. Singapore, the great British naval base that controlled the Straits. All of it was protected by British forces that were stretched impossibly thin. From Japan's perspective, the situation was almost too good to be true. The European colonial powers that had dominated Asia for centuries were now weak, distracted, vulnerable. The colonies they'd held for generations were ripe for the taking. Some Japanese strategists called it the Southern Advance. Instead of continuing to pour resources into the endless war in China, why not pivot south? Seize the resource-rich territories of Southeast Asia. Solve Japan's fuel and raw material problems. Build an empire that could actually sustain itself. It was tempting, but it was also dangerous. Because while France and the Netherlands had been defeated and Britain was weakened, there was one power in the Pacific that hadn't been touched by the European war: the United States. America controlled the Philippines, sitting right in the middle of the routes between Japan and the Southern Territories. American businesses had massive investments in Southeast Asia. American policy was committed to maintaining the open door in China and preventing Japanese dominance in Asia. If Japan moved south, they'd be directly challenging American interests. And that could mean war. The Japanese government was divided. Some argued for restraint. Japan was already fighting China and losing. Why risk a war with America, a nation with 10 times Japan's industrial capacity? It would be suicide. Others argued that America was the real obstacle to Japan's survival. As long as the United States opposed Japanese expansion, Japan would remain trapped, dependent, vulnerable. Better to take the risk now, while America was still watching Europe, than wait until they turned their full attention to Asia. The debate raged through 1940. Meanwhile, Japan began making careful moves south, testing American responses, pushing boundaries, seeing how far they could go before Washington pushed back. The answer came in July 1941, and it came as a shock. Throughout the first half of 1941, Japan negotiated with the Vichy French government for access to military bases in southern Indochina. The French, under German pressure and lacking any ability to resist, reluctantly agreed. On July 24, 1941, Japanese troops moved into southern Indochina. It was done diplomatically, with French cooperation. No shots were fired. Legally, it wasn't even an invasion. Just one government allowing another government's military to use its territory. Japan argued this was a purely defensive measure. They needed bases to protect their interests and secure supply routes. It wasn't aimed at anyone specific. Washington saw it differently. Southern Indochina put Japanese air bases within striking distance of Malaya, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies. It positioned Japanese forces to cut off the Philippines from reinforcement. It was clearly preparation for further expansion south. President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his advisors faced a decision. For years, they'd been trying to restrain Japan through diplomatic pressure and limited economic sanctions. It hadn't worked. Japan kept expanding. The war in China continued. Now they were positioning forces to threaten all of Southeast Asia. Something more drastic was needed. On July 26, 1941, Roosevelt signed an executive order freezing all Japanese assets in the United States. Britain and the Dutch government in exile immediately followed suit. Together, the three powers controlled virtually all of Japan's access to foreign currency and trade. Then came the devastating blow. A complete embargo on oil exports to Japan. No more petroleum. No more gasoline. No more fuel oil. The supply line that kept Japan's military machine running was cut. For context, Japan produced only about 10% of the oil they consumed. The rest came from imports, mostly from the United States and the Dutch East Indies. With American oil cut off and the Dutch following Washington's lead, Japan suddenly had access to almost no oil. At current consumption rates, Japan had enough oil reserves to last approximately 18 months. Maybe 2 years if they rationed strictly. After that, their navy couldn't sail. Their air force couldn't fly. Their army in China would be stranded. The entire empire would collapse. The clock was now ticking. The New York Times called it the most drastic blow short of actual war. They were right. Short of military action, America couldn't have struck Japan harder. Roosevelt knew the risks. His own military advisors had warned him that an oil embargo would likely provoke Japanese attacks on Malaya and the Dutch East Indies, possibly involving the United States in war. But Roosevelt calculated that Japan would back down rather than fight. Or that if they did attack, they'd move against easier targets like the Dutch colonies while avoiding American territory. He didn't seriously believe Japan would be reckless enough to attack the United States directly. For Japan, the embargo was perceived as something different than Washington intended. To American policymakers, it was economic pressure to force diplomatic concessions. Strong leverage, yes, but ultimately a tool of negotiation. To Japanese leaders, it was a death sentence. They called it the ABCD encirclement. America, Britain, China, and the Dutch had surrounded Japan, cutting off resources, strangling their economy, threatening the survival of their empire. From Tokyo's perspective, this wasn't diplomacy. It was economic warfare designed to force total capitulation. America was demanding Japan abandon everything they'd fought for in China, dismantle their empire, and accept a return to their weak, vulnerable status of the 1920s. Japan now faced 3 choices. Option 1. Surrender completely. Withdraw from China, dismantle Manchukuo, accept whatever terms America dictated. This was politically impossible. The military would never accept it. The government that tried would be overthrown or assassinated. Option 2. Negotiate a compromise. Find some middle ground that would lift the embargo without requiring complete surrender. This was what Japan's civilian leaders desperately wanted. Option 3. Go to war. Strike south, seize the Dutch East Indies oil fields by force, take what they needed for survival, even if it meant fighting America and Britain. In the summer of 1941, Japan would try option 2. They would make one last attempt at diplomacy. But if that failed, option 3 was already being planned. And the clock was ticking. August 7th, 1941. Less than 2 weeks after the oil embargo took effect. Japanese Prime Minister Fumimaro Konoe sat in his office, composing what he believed might be the most important message of his career. A personal appeal to President Franklin D. Roosevelt. A request for a face-to-face meeting to resolve the crisis between their 2 nations. Konoe was not a typical Japanese leader. Born into one of Japan's most ancient aristocratic families, he traced his lineage back over 1,000 years. He was cultured, sophisticated, fluent in Western political thought. He'd studied abroad, understood Western perspectives, and had personal friendships with foreign diplomats. But Konoe was also maddeningly contradictory. He supported Japan's empire and believed in Japan's right to dominate East Asia. Yet he feared war with the United States and knew Japan would likely lose. He'd authorized aggressive military actions in China, but now desperately sought peace with America. He could listen sympathetically to opposing viewpoints and leave each person thinking he agreed with them. This ability to see multiple perspectives made him the perfect mediator. But it also made it impossible to know what he truly believed. What was clear was that Konoe understood the gravity of the situation. Japan had 18 months of oil left. 18 months before the Navy couldn't sail, the Air Force couldn't fly, and the empire collapsed. Normal diplomatic channels, ambassadors exchanging proposals, bureaucrats negotiating details, would take too long. By the time they reached agreement through conventional diplomacy, Japan might already be out of fuel. Konoe believed a personal summit with Roosevelt was the only way forward. Two leaders meeting face to face, cutting through the bureaucracy, finding a compromise that both nations could accept. He'd convinced himself that if he could just sit down with Roosevelt, explain Japan's position, make the American president understand their desperation, a deal could be reached. Roosevelt was a pragmatist. He'd see that pushing Japan too hard risked war. He'd accept some middle ground. But getting approval to pursue this diplomatic initiative required navigating Japan's Byzantine power structure. Konoe needed permission from the military to even propose negotiations. The army and navy had effective veto power over foreign policy. If they opposed a summit, it wouldn't happen. The military leaders were deeply skeptical. They'd watched diplomatic efforts fail for years. Every treaty Japan signed seemed designed to limit Japanese power. Every negotiation ended with demands for Japanese concessions. Why would this time be different? War Minister Hideki Tojo was particularly doubtful. A career army officer, Tojo was known for his rigid discipline and absolute conviction. He believed in Japan's divine right to dominate Asia. He believed the military's honor demanded they never surrender what they'd won in China. He believed weakness invited aggression from the West. But even Tojo recognized that war with America might be suicide. And he respected hierarchy. If the emperor wanted diplomacy pursued, Tojo would obey. After intense debate, the military agreed to let Konoe try. But they set conditions. First, a deadline. Negotiations must be completed by early October. 2 months. If no agreement was reached by then, Japan would prepare for war. Second, limits on what could be negotiated. Japan would not withdraw completely from China, would not dismantle Manchukuo, would not abandon their position in Indochina without equivalent concessions from America. The military had won these territories through blood. They wouldn't give them up easily. With these constraints, Konoe composed his message to Roosevelt. He proposed a meeting somewhere in the Pacific, perhaps Hawaii, perhaps Alaska. He promised to bring concrete proposals for resolving all outstanding issues. He emphasized his personal commitment to peace and his belief that the two nations' differences could be bridged through direct dialogue. The message was sent through normal diplomatic channels. And then Konoe waited. While he waited, he reached out to Joseph Grew, the American ambassador in Tokyo. Grew was one of the most experienced diplomats in the US Foreign Service. He'd been posted to Japan for a decade. He spoke Japanese. He understood Japanese culture and psychology. If anyone in Washington would understand Konoe's sincerity, it would be Grew. On September 6th, Konoe met with Grew in person. The conversation was frank, almost desperate. Konoe explained that time was running out, that forces in Japan wanted war, that he was fighting to keep control over the military hardliners, that a summit with Roosevelt might be the last chance to prevent catastrophe. What about Secretary Hull's 4 principles? Grew asked. These were the basic conditions Hull had laid out for any negotiations: respect for territorial integrity, non-interference in internal affairs, equal commercial opportunity, and peaceful resolution of disputes. Generally acceptable, Konoe replied. However, when it comes to applying them practically, various problems will arise. To solve them, I must have a meeting with the president. What Konoe couldn't tell Grew was the full extent of his time pressure. The military's October deadline, the internal political struggles, the young officers who might attempt another coup if they believed the government was selling out to America. Instead, Konoe made his pitch. A year from now, I'm not sure anything can be done to solve our differences, he said. But I can do it now. I promise that some agreement can be reached if I can only see him. I can offer him a proposal which he can't afford to reject. Grew believed him. After a decade in Japan, Grew had developed an instinct for when Japanese officials were sincere and when they were posturing. He believed Konoe genuinely wanted peace. More importantly, he believed Konoe might be Japan's last moderate leader with enough political support to actually deliver on a peace agreement. Grew returned to his embassy and composed what he considered the most important cable of his diplomatic career. He warned Washington that this was a critical moment, that Konoe's government represented the best chance for peace, that if this opportunity was missed, more extreme elements would take control. That Japanese psychology didn't work like Western psychology. They needed a face-saving way to compromise, not ultimatums that left them no choice but war. The cable ended with an urgent plea. Give Konoe his meeting with Roosevelt. Take the risk. The alternative might be war. The message arrived in Washington on September 8th. It landed on the desk of Secretary of State Cordell Hull. And Hull didn't believe a word of it. Cordell Hull had been Secretary of State since 1933. 8 years in the job had made him one of the longest-serving and most influential secretaries in American history. Hull was 70 years old, a former senator from Tennessee with deeply held convictions about international relations. He believed passionately in free trade as the foundation of peace. He believed that economic interdependence prevented war. He believed that international law and cooperation could solve disputes, and he believed Japan was a threat to everything he'd worked to build. From Hull's perspective, Japan was following the same path as Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. Aggressive expansion backed by military force. Contempt for international law. Brutal treatment of conquered populations. The Axis powers were trying to destroy the international order, and replace it with naked imperialism. Hull had watched Japan's actions carefully over the years. The conquest of Manchuria, the withdrawal from the League of Nations, the invasion of China, the Nanking massacres, the occupation of Indochina. At each step, Japan had lied about its intentions, made promises it didn't keep, and used diplomacy as a cover for aggression. Why should this time be different? When Hull read Gru's cable advocating for a Roosevelt-Kono summit, he was skeptical, bordering on contemptuous. Gru, he believed, had been in Japan too long, had grown too sympathetic to Japanese perspectives, had been captured by the people he was supposed to be objectively monitoring. Hull's skepticism was reinforced by something Gru didn't have access to: magic intercepts. Since breaking Japanese diplomatic codes, American intelligence had been reading secret communications between Tokyo and Japanese embassies around the world. Hull received daily summaries of these intercepts. They gave him what he believed was a window into Japan's real intentions. And the intercepts seemed to confirm his suspicions. Messages showed Japanese military preparations continuing in Southeast Asia. Communications about troop movements, supply logistics, defensive positions. Intelligence suggesting Japan was preparing for military action, regardless of diplomatic talks. What Hull didn't know was that many of these intercepts were mistranslated. The American codebreakers and translators were working at incredible speed, processing hundreds of messages daily. They were technically skilled at breaking codes, but not always fluent in the nuances of Japanese language and culture. Subtle differences in phrasing could completely change a message's meaning. For example, when Kono's foreign minister sent a message saying negotiations are on the verge of rupture, it was translated as, "We are losing confidence in the possibility of ever adjusting them." The first was an urgent warning to work harder for peace. The second sounded like Japan was giving up on diplomacy. But Hull didn't know about the translation problems. He only knew what the intercepts seemed to say. And they seemed to say that Japan was planning war while pretending to negotiate. Hull's colleague, Dr. Stanley Hornbeck, reinforced this view. Hornbeck was Hull's chief advisor on Far Eastern affairs. He'd grown up in China, had deep sympathies for the Chinese people, and harbored profound distrust of Japan. Hornbeck argued that any concession to Japan would be appeasement. Like Chamberlain giving Hitler the Sudetenland at Munich, it would only encourage further aggression. The only language Japan understood was force. Show weakness, and they'd take advantage. Show strength, and they'd back down. This worldview was widely shared in the State Department. Japan was seen as the Asian version of Nazi Germany. Konoe was seen as no different than Hitler. Promises meant nothing. Only pressure worked. So when Konoe's proposal for a summit arrived, Hull's response was dismissive. He replied that the United States would be willing to resume informal preparatory discussions, but an actual summit with the president would require Japan to first agree in principle to American demands. No meeting until Japan showed it was serious by making concrete commitments. The date Hull suggested for eventual talks. What Hull didn't know was that mid-October was past the deadline Japan's military had set. By proposing talks that late, he was essentially ensuring they wouldn't happen. Roosevelt himself was actually more open to the idea of meeting Konoe. The president saw potential value in personal diplomacy. He'd successfully used summit meetings with Churchill and other leaders. Maybe a face-to-face meeting could find common ground that formal diplomacy couldn't. But Roosevelt trusted Hull's judgment on Japan. Hull had been dealing with Japanese diplomacy for 8 years. He had access to the magic intercepts. If Hull said the summit was a trap, Roosevelt would listen. There was also a practical consideration. Roosevelt's military advisors were asking for time. General George Marshall and Admiral Harold Stark had warned the president that America wasn't ready for war in the Pacific. The Philippines were undermanned and under-equipped. The Pacific Fleet was still building up. They needed at least several more months to prepare adequate defenses. So Roosevelt's strategy was to baby them along, as he put it to Churchill. Keep talking to the Japanese. Don't break off negotiations. But also don't make any real concessions. String them along for 3 to 6 months while American forces prepared. It was a deliberate strategy of diplomatic delay. And it might have worked if Japan had more time. But Japan didn't have time. They had 18 months of oil, and the clock was ticking. In Tokyo, Konoe read Hull's response with growing desperation. The Americans were stalling, demanding concessions before even agreeing to meet. The military's patience was running out. And Konoe's political position was becoming untenable. He needed a breakthrough. And he needed it fast. Ambassador Joseph Grew was becoming increasingly alarmed. For months, he'd been sending warnings to Washington that the situation was more dangerous than they seemed to realize. That Japan was being pushed toward desperate measures. That Konoe's government represented the last best hope for peace. That if Konoe fell, whoever replaced him would be even more aggressive. His cables were detailed, urgent, sometimes almost pleading. If these efforts fail, he wrote on September 29th, the ambassador foresees a probable swing of the pendulum back to the former Japanese position, or even farther. This would lead to what he has described as an all-out, do-or-die attempt, actually risking national harakiri, to make Japan impervious to economic embargoes abroad rather than to yield to foreign pressure. National harakiri. Ritual suicide. Grew was warning that Japan might choose destruction over surrender. He tried to explain the cultural context that Washington didn't seem to grasp. The Japanese are not easy to know, he wrote. I've lived among them for 10 years. You cannot measure Japanese sense of logic by any Western yardstick. Japanese psychology is fundamentally unlike that of any Western nation. What Grew understood was that face and honor weren't just diplomatic niceties to the Japanese. They were core values that shaped decision-making in ways Americans didn't intuitively grasp. Demands that Americans saw as reasonable compromises, Japanese saw as humiliating ultimatums. Hull's insistence that Japan agree to all American terms before even meeting with Roosevelt. To Japanese leaders, that looked like demanding surrender before negotiations even began. It appeared to confirm their suspicion that America had no interest in genuine compromise, only in forcing Japanese capitulation. Grew warned that this approach was backfiring. Should the United States expect or await agreement by the Japanese government in present preliminary conversations to clear-cut commitments which will satisfy the United States government both as to principle and as to concrete detail? He wrote. Almost certainly the conversations will drag along indefinitely and unproductively until the Konoe cabinet and its supporting elements, desiring rapprochement with the United States, will come to the conclusion that the outlook for an entains definitely the agreement is hopeless and that the United States government is only playing for time. That last part was particularly prescient, because the United States was playing for time, but Grew understood that Japan didn't have time to give. This will result in the cabinet being discredited, he continued, and in a revulsion of anti-American feeling, and this may and probably will lead to unbridled acts. Unbridled acts. Grew was too diplomatic to say war, but that's what he meant. His warnings were reinforced by Otto Tolicius, a journalist for the New York Times based in Tokyo. Tolicius had won a Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on Japan and had deep sources throughout Japanese society. In an article published in September 1941, Tolicius tried to convey to American readers just how close to war Japan was. The Japanese listened to alarming statements by the highest government officials about the greatest crisis Japan has ever faced in her 2,600-year history, he wrote. They are called to mass meetings to hear denunciations of the enemy, and they read a steady clamour in the press. They see shelters and water reservoirs being built everywhere in preparation for air raids. They are being drilled in air raid defence, especially in fighting fires, the biggest dread of Japanese cities. The preparations weren't subtle. They weren't secret. Japanese society was mobilizing for war visibly, publicly. The people do not want war, Tolicius continued, but neither do they want to give up the fruits of the war they have been fighting, which has cost them such a lot of blood and treasure. They have been told that this war is a war of self-defense, to obtain elbow room for the Japanese people crowded into a few small islands with few natural resources, and to liberate 1 billion Oriental peoples from exploitation by the white race. But back in Washington, these warnings fell on deaf ears. Stanley Hornbeck, Hull's chief advisor, dismissed Grew as naive. He wrote a memo predicting that Japan was bluffing, that they wouldn't dare attack the United States, that the American economic pressure would force them to back down. Hornbeck was so confident that he wrote, "The odds are 5-1 against the occurrence of war between the United States and Japan within 90 days. He wrote this on November 27, 1941, 10 days before Pearl Harbor. The gap between what was happening in Tokyo and what was believed in Washington had become a chasm, and Prime Minister Konoe, caught in the middle, was running out of options. By mid-October 1941, Konoe was desperate. Hull had rejected the summit meeting unless Japan first agreed to withdraw from China. The military's deadline had passed with no progress in negotiations. Hardliners in the army were openly questioning whether Konoe was betraying Japan's interests. And the oil reserves continued to drain away. On October 12th, Konoe gathered Japan's top leadership at his villa in Ogikubo. It was an attempt to find consensus, to figure out a way forward. Present were the key players in Japan's government. Foreign Minister Teijiro Toyoda, Navy Minister Koshiro Oikawa, and most importantly, War Minister Hideki Tojo. The meeting began with Foreign Minister Toyoda speaking. "May, I think the thorniest issue today is the presence of troops in China," he said. "And if the army won't concede a thing to the United States, then there's no point in continuing the talks. But if the army can see its way clear to making some slight compromise, it may not be impossible." This was the crux of the problem. Hull was demanding immediate and complete withdrawal of all Japanese troops from China. Japan had over 1 million soldiers fighting there. They'd been there for 4 years. 600,000 casualties had been suffered. The military saw withdrawal as admitting that all those deaths had been for nothing. Tojo's response was immediate and forceful. "The stationing of troops is a matter of life and death to the army," he said. "No concessions in that direction." Japan had already agreed in principle to eventual withdrawal from China, Tojo argued. That in itself had been a tremendous concession. Now America was demanding immediate withdrawal, complete abandonment of the entire China campaign. Impossible. Japan cannot withdraw completely until order is restored in China, Tojo insisted. The interior is a hotbed of communists and bandits. Only the presence of Japanese troops in certain areas can guarantee law and order and the successful economic growth of that whole part of the continent. It wasn't just about military honor, he argued. It was practical necessity. Withdraw too quickly, and China would descend into chaos. The communists would take over. All of Japan's investments would be lost. Uprisings might spread to Korea and Manchuria. Total withdrawal before the aims of war have been accomplished would not be in keeping with the dignity of the army, Tojo concluded. And the entire general staff, as well as the troops abroad, agree with me. Konoe tried a different approach. Why not give in to America in form, he suggested. Agree, in principle, to withdraw all troops, yet make an arrangement with China to retain some troops in unstable areas. Essentially, Konoe was proposing they tell America what they wanted to hear while finding loopholes to maintain military presence. Give America face-saving language while preserving Japanese interests. Tojo rejected this too. That would not be tenable, he said. If we make the pledge to withdraw all troops from the region, we must honor our word. If we pledge withdrawal and then don't follow through, it destroys any credibility we have. But more than that, Tojo argued, giving in now would set a terrible precedent. I don't think there is any possible way to settle the problem by diplomacy at this stage, he said. If we give in once, the United States will assume a high-handed attitude and keep on acting that way. Your solution is really not a solution. War will crop up again in a few years. From Tojo's perspective, America wasn't seeking reasonable compromise. They were seeking Japanese subordination. Today, it was troops in China. Tomorrow, it would be Manchuria. The day after, Japan's navy or economy. Give in once, and America would see Japan as weak, forever demanding more concessions. Konoe tried to reason with him. I respect you, Mr. Prime Minister, Tojo said, but your view is too pessimistic. You know our weak points too well. America has her weaknesses too. We should not fear them so much. The philosophical divide between Konoe and Tojo was unbridgeable. Konoe believed war with America was unwinnable. That Japan's only hope was diplomatic compromise. That some deal, however unsatisfying, was better than destruction. Tojo believed that showing weakness invited disaster. That America would only respect Japan if Japan was willing to fight. That dying with honor was better than living in subordination. "I am not confident of victory in war," Konoe admitted. "I think there is no way to overcome the present difficulties except by diplomatic negotiations." But Tojo had the army behind him. And in Japan's power structure, that was what mattered. The meeting ended with no resolution. Konoe had failed to convince the military to compromise. The military had refused to let him make concessions necessary for an agreement with America. He was trapped between irreconcilable positions. The next day, October 14th, Konoe met with the emperor's chief advisor, Marquis Koichi Kido. He informed Kido that he could not continue as prime minister. "I cannot lead the nation into a war I know we will lose," Konoe said. "If the military insists on war, someone else will have to take responsibility." On October 16th, Konoe formally resigned. His resignation was a disaster for those who still hoped for peace. Even generals who supported aggressive expansion recognized that Konoe had been the glue holding the government together. General Akira Muto, though calling Konoe a coward, admitted, if he resigns, Japan cannot fight a war. But Konoe was gone. And now the question became, who would replace him? The choice of Japan's next prime minister would be the most consequential political decision in the nation's history. It would determine whether Japan would make one last attempt at peace or commit fully to war. The responsibility for this choice fell to one man, Marquis Koichi Kido, the emperor's closest advisor, the man who would have to find someone capable of navigating the impossible situation Konoe had left behind. And Kido was about to make a decision that would shock the world. Marquis Koichi Kido faced an impossible choice. The emperor wanted peace. Kido wanted peace. But whoever became prime minister would have to either control the military or lead them to war. There was no middle ground left. The logical choice seemed to be Navy Minister Koshiro Oikawa. He'd shown signs of favoring diplomatic solutions. The Navy, which would bear the brunt of any war with America, was generally more cautious than the Army. Oikawa could potentially reach an agreement with Washington. But Kido saw a fatal flaw in this choice. The young officers, those radical junior officers who'd assassinated prime ministers and attempted coups, would never accept Oikawa making concessions to America. They'd stage another rebellion. Or worse, they'd assassinate Oikawa, just like they'd killed previous leaders who disappointed them. The government would collapse into chaos exactly when stability was most crucial. Kido believed there was only one man who could control the young officers. Only one man they respected enough to follow, even if he ordered them to pursue peace. War Minister Hideki Tojo. It seemed like madness. Tojo was the man who'd just blocked Konoe's diplomatic efforts, the man who'd refused any compromise on China, the man who embodied the military's aggressive stance. How could appointing him possibly lead to peace? But Kido was gambling on something he knew about Tojo's character. Tojo was a samurai in the truest sense. He believed absolutely in hierarchy, discipline, and obedience to the emperor. If the emperor personally ordered Tojo to pursue peace, Tojo would obey. His loyalty to the throne was absolute. More importantly, if Tojo ordered the military to accept a peace agreement, they would obey. The young officers might rebel against Konoe or Oikawa, but they wouldn't rebel against Tojo. He was one of them, a true believer in Japanese militarism. If even Tojo said peace was necessary, they would accept it. It was a calculated risk. But Kido believed it was the only chance. On October 16th, after consulting with the Jushin, the Council of Former Prime Ministers, Kido recommended Tojo to Emperor Hirohito. But there was one more crucial element to the plan. Traditionally, the emperor never directly intervened in government decisions. He approved policies presented to him, but didn't originate them. His role was to reign, not to rule. It was beneath his dignity as a living god to engage in political maneuvering. But Kido convinced Hirohito that this situation required breaking with tradition. The emperor would have to personally direct Tojo toward peace. Give him an order that couldn't be misunderstood or ignored. When Tojo was summoned to the palace to receive his appointment as prime minister, Kido was waiting with a message from the emperor. "It is His Majesty's wish," Kido said, "that you go back to blank paper." Blank paper. Start over. Ignore all previous decisions and deadlines. The emperor was essentially ordering Tojo to forget the military's October deadline, forget the hardline positions, forget everything that had been decided. Make every effort, Kido continued, to renew negotiations with America in pursuit of peace. This was unprecedented. Never in Japanese history had the emperor overruled an imperial conference decision. Never had he intervened so directly in policy. The divine emperor, who was supposed to be above politics, was essentially commanding his government to choose peace over war. Tojo bowed deeply. "I will obey His Majesty's wishes," he said. And Tojo meant it. For all his militarism, for all his belief in aggressive expansion, his loyalty to the emperor was absolute. If the emperor wanted peace pursued, Tojo would pursue peace. But outside observers didn't know any of this. In Washington, when news came that Tojo had been appointed prime minister, it was seen as confirmation that Japan had chosen war. Newspapers called him a militarist and warmonger. Diplomatic cables warned that negotiations were now hopeless. Ambassador Gru's warnings about pushing Japan too hard seemed to have come true. The moderates had been replaced by the hardliners. American newsreels showed footage of Tojo's appointment with ominous narration. And the one man who could satisfy Japan's powerful war party, General Hideki Tojo, became prime minister in October 1941. Into office with him, General Tojo brought faithful admirals and generals who had served the war party. The removal of Premier Konoe in favor of Tojo meant that the great decision had been made. Japan was setting out irrevocably upon its path of conquest in the Pacific. But in reality, the opposite had happened. Japan had appointed Tojo specifically to pursue peace. Kido's gamble had worked. The emperor had intervened. Tojo had pledged to negotiate. There was still a chance. One last opportunity to avoid catastrophe. But time was running out, and the next month would determine everything. Tojo kept his word. Despite his reputation, despite his beliefs, He would pursue peace because the emperor commanded it. On October 18th, Tojo appointed a new foreign minister, Shigenori Togo. Togo was an experienced diplomat, had served in Germany and America, understood Western culture deeply. He'd even caused a scandal years earlier by marrying a German woman. But what made him valuable now was his reputation for blunt honesty and his pragmatic approach to negotiations. Togo set to work immediately, drafting proposals he believed both Japan and America could accept. The first proposal, Plan A, offered the following. Japan would work to end the war in China. Once peace was achieved, Japanese troops would begin withdrawing. Complete withdrawal would take place within 25 years, by 1966. 25 years seemed like a long time. But Togo's reasoning was that immediate withdrawal was politically and practically impossible. Japan needed time to ensure stability in China, to protect Japanese civilians who'd settled in occupied territories, to safely redeploy 1 million soldiers. A phased withdrawal over 2.5 decades could work. But Togo knew Plan A might not be acceptable to Hull. So he prepared a fallback position, Plan B. Plan B offered even more significant concessions. Japan pledged no further expansion south into Southeast Asia or across the Pacific. Japanese forces would immediately withdraw from southern Indochina. The remaining troops in northern Indochina would withdraw once the China War ended. In exchange, the United States would unfreeze Japanese assets and resume normal trade, including oil. These were major concessions. Real concessions. The kind that would cost Togo and Tojo politically if they became public. On November 1st, Togo presented these proposals at an imperial conference. This was where Japan's top leaders, cabinet members, military chiefs, and the emperor himself made final decisions on national policy. The reaction from the military was immediate and hostile. General Hajime Sugiyama, chief of the Army General Staff, spoke first. Stationing troops in French Indochina keeps China under control and also enables us to get raw materials in the south on a 50-50 basis, he argued. Moreover, it places us in a stronger position strategically toward the United States, as well as in settling the China incident. Coming to an agreement with the United States doesn't mean they will give us materials. We are against Plan B. Instead of offering concessions, Sugiyama proposed demanding that Hull unfreeze Japanese assets without Japan withdrawing from anywhere. Essentially, get everything while giving nothing. Togo lost his temper. You're putting me in a difficult position if you tell me to do something that can't be done, he shouted. The argument grew so heated that Emperor Hirohito called for a recess. During the break, Prime Minister Tojo spoke privately with the military chiefs. The emperor has asked for blank paper, Tojo reminded them. We must follow his wishes and bring about a diplomatic solution if possible. It was only the invocation of the emperor's direct wishes that finally convinced the military to agree. Reluctantly, grudgingly, they approved plans A and B. But they had one condition. Another deadline. December 1st, 1941. If Togo couldn't reach an agreement by then, Japan would go to war. Togo had 1 month. 30 days to negotiate a settlement that had eluded diplomats for years. The proposals were transmitted to Washington through Japan's ambassador there, Kichisaburo Nomura. Nomura was a retired admiral, good-natured and straightforward, who genuinely believed war with America would be catastrophic for Japan. But Nomura had been struggling in his role. His English wasn't as fluent as needed for complex diplomacy. He'd made diplomatic blunders. His negotiations with Hull had gone nowhere. Tokyo recognized they needed to strengthen the diplomatic team. On November 7th, a special envoy arrived in Washington. Saburo Kurusu. Kurusu was a highly experienced diplomat. He'd signed the tripartite pact with Germany and Italy on Japan's behalf. His wife was American, which gave him deep familiarity with American culture. Like Nomura, he desperately wanted to avoid war. "I'll do all I can to make it a successful mission for the sake of both countries, Japan and the United States," Kurusu told reporters when he arrived in San Francisco. On November 7th, Nomura presented Plan A to Secretary Hull. Hull had already read it. Through magic intercepts, he'd seen the Japanese diplomatic cables discussing the proposal. He'd had days to form his opinion before the meeting. He skimmed through the pages quickly, barely looking at Nomura. Then he dismissed the proposal entirely. From Hull's perspective, Plan A offered nothing new. Japan was promising eventual withdrawal from China, but not immediate withdrawal. Not the clear commitment America demanded. It seemed like another stalling tactic. What Hull didn't understand was that this represented a massive internal compromise in Tokyo. That Tojo and Togo had risked their political futures to get the military to agree to this. That this was as far as Japan's government could go without being overthrown. But Hull only saw what looked like Japanese inflexibility. Another unacceptable proposal in a long line of unacceptable proposals. 2 weeks later, on November 20th, Nomura and Kurusu together presented Plan B. Japan's fallback position. The absolute maximum concessions they could offer. Hull's response would determine whether there would be peace or war. When Hull saw Plan B, his immediate reaction was suspicion. He'd already read it through magic intercepts. And he'd seen other intercepted messages that seemed to undermine Japan's promises. Military preparations continuing in Southeast Asia. Troop movements. Supply buildup. To Hull, it looked like Japan was preparing for war while pretending to negotiate. He also distrusted Kurusu personally. Kurusu had signed the tripartite pact, the alliance with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. In Hull's mind, that made him no different from a Nazi sympathizer. Neither his appearance nor his attitude commanded confidence or respect, Hull would later write in his memoirs. "I felt from the start that he was deceitful." The fact that Kurusu spoke excellent English and had an American wife wasn't a point in his favor to Hull. Hull saw it as making him more dangerous, a skilled deceiver who could manipulate Americans more effectively. When Hull evaluated Plan B's specific terms, he saw what he considered meaningless concessions. Japan promised to withdraw from southern Indochina. But Hull noted they could easily return those same troops within days if they wanted to. What was to stop them from pulling back temporarily, getting the oil embargo lifted, then immediately reoccupying? It seemed like an obvious trap. But there was another factor influencing Hull's thinking. American allies. President Roosevelt, despite his own doubts, had been more receptive to Japan's proposals than Hull. FDR saw potential value in a temporary agreement, a modus vivendi, that could delay war while American forces built up in the Pacific. Roosevelt had even drafted such an agreement. For 6 months, the United States would resume limited oil and rice trade to Japan. In exchange, Japan would freeze troop levels, not advance further, and pledge not to invoke the Tripartite Pact if America entered the war against Germany. Hull took Roosevelt's draft to America's allies for their input: Britain, the Netherlands, China. What did they think? The response was overwhelmingly negative. Chiang Kai-shek reacted with fury. From his perspective, this looked like America appeasing Japan at China's expense. After 4 years of brutal war, after millions of Chinese deaths, after promises of American support, now America wanted to give Japan oil in exchange for a temporary pause. It felt like betrayal. This is an indication, Chang cabled, that the United States government is inclined to appease Japan at the expense of China. Winston Churchill was more diplomatic, but equally concerned. "Of course it is for you to handle this business," he cabled Roosevelt, "and we certainly do not want an additional war. There is only one point that disquiets us. What about Chiang Kai-shek? Is he not having a very thin diet? Our anxiety is about China. If they collapse, our joint dangers would enormously increase." The message was clear. Britain needed China to keep fighting Japan. Anything that looked like rewarding Japanese aggression risked Chinese morale collapsing. And if China fell, Japan could turn its full military might toward British possessions in Asia. These objections, combined with Hull's own distrust, convinced him to abandon Roosevelt's modus vivendi entirely. Instead, Hull decided to draft a much tougher response. What he didn't do was consult General Marshall or Admiral Stark. The military chiefs had been clear in their advice. They needed time, several more months, to adequately prepare Pacific defenses. Don't give Japan an ultimatum that might trigger war before American forces were ready. But Hull didn't consult them. He made the decision on his own. There was one more thing that influenced Hull's thinking. A new magic intercept that arrived on November 22nd. It was a message from Tokyo to Ambassadors Nomura and Kurusu. "There are reasons beyond your ability to guess why we wanted to settle Japanese-American relations by the 25th, it read, "but if within the next 3 or 4 days you can finish your conversations, we have decided to wait until that date. This time we mean it, that the deadline absolutely cannot be changed. After that, things are automatically going to happen." Things are automatically going to happen. To Hull, Roosevelt, and Secretary of War Henry Stimson, this could only mean one thing: war. Stimson wrote in his diary, "The President brought up the event that we were likely to be attacked perhaps next Monday, December 1st. For the Japanese are notorious for making an attack without warning. The question was what we should do. The question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves." That last sentence was crucial. If war was coming, American strategy was to ensure Japan fired first. That way, there'd be no question about who the aggressor was. Congress and the American public would unite behind the war effort. On November 26th, Hull presented Nomura and Kurusu with what would become known as the Hull Note. It was 10 points. But the critical ones were these. Japan must withdraw all military, naval, air, and police forces from China and Indochina. Not gradually. Not over 25 years. Immediately. Japan must support no government in China except Chiang Kai-shek's. In exchange, the United States would unfreeze Japanese assets. Notably, the note said nothing about lifting the oil embargo, the issue that had triggered the entire crisis. Nomura and Kurusu read the document with growing horror. This wasn't a negotiating position. It was an ultimatum. Japan was being told to abandon everything, China, Manchuria, Indochina, with no guarantee they'd even get oil in return. Kurusu tried to reason with Hull. Negotiations would be impossible, he said, if you expect Japan to take off its hat to Chiang Kai-shek and apologize to him. Surely some other compromise can be reached. Hull's response was cold and final. It is as far as we can go. There is nothing more to be done. The note was transmitted to Tokyo, and with it went the last realistic hope for peace. On that same day, November 26th, Admiral Yamamoto's strike force, 6 aircraft carriers with over 400 planes, left their assembly point in the Kuril Islands. They turned south into the North Pacific. Destination: Pearl Harbor. The diplomatic track and the military track were now converging. One last chance remained for negotiations to stop what had been set in motion. But that chance was fading fast. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto sat in his cabin aboard the battleship Nagato, studying maps of the Pacific. It was late 1940, and he'd been given an impossible task. Plan a war against the United States that Japan could win. Yamamoto knew better than anyone that this was a contradiction in terms. He'd lived in America, studied at Harvard, served as a naval attaché in Washington. He'd travelled across the country, seen the factories, the oil fields, the industrial capacity that dwarfed Japan's. He knew the numbers by heart. American steel production was 20 times Japan's. Oil production was 100 times greater. America had 5 times as many workers, 10 times the overall industrial capacity. In a prolonged war, these numbers meant certain Japanese defeat. Yamamoto had told this to Prime Minister Kono in clear terms. In the first 6 to 12 months of a war with the United States and Great Britain, I will run wild and win victory upon victory, he'd said. But then, if the war continues after that, I have no expectation of success. Yet here he was, planning the war anyway. Because the military and government had decided that war was preferable to surrender, and as commander of the combined fleet, it was his duty to give Japan the best possible chance. Yamamoto was a natural gambler. He was famous for his skill at poker, bridge, shogi, and go. He understood odds, risks, and the psychology of bold moves. And he understood that Japan's only hope was a strategy so audacious that it might actually work. The existing war plan was useless. Japan's naval strategy had always assumed a defensive posture. Wait for the American fleet to sail west across the Pacific. Let them extend their supply lines. Then engage them in a decisive battle near Japanese waters, where Japan had advantages. It was the strategy that had worked against Russia in 1905. Admiral Togo had waited for the Russian Baltic Fleet to exhaust itself sailing around the world, then destroyed it at the Battle of Tsushima. But Yamamoto didn't think the Americans would be so cooperative. Why would they rush into battle on Japanese terms? They could take their time, build up overwhelming force, and advance methodically. With their industrial superiority, waiting favored America, not Japan. Japan needed to seize the initiative. Strike first. Strike hard. Destroy American naval power before the war even properly began. And Yamamoto knew exactly where to strike. Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Pacific Fleet's home base in Hawaii. The idea seemed insane to many in the Japanese Navy. Hawaii was 3,800 miles from Japan. Launching a carrier strike force that far would be extraordinarily difficult. The risk of discovery was high. If the attack failed, Japan's entire carrier force might be destroyed. But Yamamoto saw the strategic logic clearly. The United States had territories scattered across the Pacific. The Philippines, Guam, Wake Island, all of them could be reinforced and supplied from Pearl Harbor. The Pacific Fleet was the backbone of American power in the region. Destroy the Pacific Fleet, and you remove America's ability to interfere with Japanese operations for at least 6 months. Maybe longer. That would give Japan time to seize the resource-rich territories of Southeast Asia, Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, the Philippines. Time to establish a defensive perimeter. Time to fortify positions. Most importantly, it might convince America that continuing the war wasn't worth the cost. Yamamoto's strategy wasn't to conquer America. That was impossible. The strategy was to hit them so hard, so fast, that they'd negotiate a settlement. America would recognize Japan's dominance in Asia, lift the embargo, and both nations would coexist. It required perfect execution. It required surprise. And it required destroying not just ships, but American will. Yamamoto had learned about surprise attacks firsthand. In 1905, as a 21-year-old officer, he'd served at the Battle of Tsushima. He'd watched as Admiral Togo's forces annihilated the Russian fleet. That battle had been set up by Japan's surprise torpedo attack on Port Arthur at the war's beginning. Russia never recovered from that initial blow. The lesson stayed with Yamamoto for 36 years. A devastating surprise attack could determine an entire war. But there was a critical difference between Port Arthur and Pearl Harbor. Port Arthur was close to Japanese bases. Pearl Harbor was halfway across the Pacific. Port Arthur was a surprise torpedo attack by destroyers. Pearl Harbor would require aircraft carriers launching hundreds of planes. Yamamoto was proposing something that had never been done before. A carrier strike force operating at unprecedented distance. A massive aerial assault on a defended naval base. The largest naval aviation operation in history. Many in the Navy General Staff opposed the plan. Too risky. Too complicated. Too likely to fail. They wanted to stick with the traditional defensive strategy. Yamamoto's response was blunt. If the Navy General Staff wouldn't approve his plan, he would resign as commander of the combined fleet. And so would his entire staff. The Navy would lose its most experienced leaders at the moment they were needed most. It was essentially blackmail. But it worked. Faced with losing Yamamoto, the Naval General Staff approved Operation Z. The operation was named after Admiral Togo's famous signal before the Battle of Tsushima. The Z flag, hoisted on Togo's flagship, had conveyed a simple message: on this one battle rests the fate of our nation. Let every man do his utmost. Yamamoto believed Pearl Harbor would be equally decisive. The fate of Japan would rest on a few hours of combat on a Sunday morning in Hawaii. By April 1941, planning was well underway. By summer, training had begun. And by November, the strike force was ready. All they needed now was the final order to proceed. That order would depend on whether diplomacy succeeded or failed. Yamamoto hoped diplomacy would succeed, but he was preparing for it to fail. Pearl Harbor was the centerpiece of Yamamoto's plan, but it was only one part of a much larger operation. On the same morning that carriers launched planes against Hawaii, Japanese forces would strike across the entire Pacific and Southeast Asia simultaneously. The Philippines, home to American forces under General Douglas MacArthur, would be attacked. Japanese bombers would destroy American airfields. Ground forces would invade. Within months, the islands would fall. Malaya and Singapore, Britain's great fortress in Asia, would face invasion from the north. Japanese troops would sweep down the Malay Peninsula. Singapore's massive guns faced the sea, expecting naval attack. Instead, Japan would attack from land. The Dutch East Indies, with its precious oil fields, would be seized. This was the real prize. Oil to fuel the Japanese war machine. Oil to break dependence on American imports. Oil to keep the empire running. Guam and Wake Island, American outposts in the Pacific, would be captured. Hong Kong would be taken from the British. Thailand would be pressured to allow Japanese forces through their territory. It would be the largest coordinated military operation in history up to that point. Attacks spanning thousands of miles, timed to the hour, designed to paralyze Allied response. The timing was crucial. If Japan attacked the Philippines but not Pearl Harbor, the Pacific Fleet could sail west and reinforce MacArthur. If Japan attacked the Dutch East Indies but left the Philippines alone, American forces could threaten Japanese supply lines. Everything had to happen simultaneously to prevent Allied forces from supporting each other. Yamamoto's strategy assumed that, after this massive first strike, Japan would have 6 months of freedom to operate. 6 months to conquer Southeast Asia. 6 months to establish defensive positions. 6 months before America could rebuild its Pacific Fleet and launch a counteroffensive. During those 6 months, Japan would establish what they called the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. This was the propaganda name for the Japanese Empire. The claim was that Japan was liberating Asia from Western colonialism, that Asians should control Asia. That Japanese leadership would bring prosperity to all Asian peoples. The reality was more cynical. Japan needed resources to sustain its economy and military. Southeast Asia had those resources: oil, rubber, tin, rice. The co-prosperity sphere was a way to frame colonial conquest as liberation. But propaganda aside, the strategic concept was sound. Japan would create a defensive perimeter from the Kuril Islands in the north, through the Central Pacific Islands, down to New Guinea in the south. Inside this perimeter, Japan would control the sea lanes, could transport resources back to the home islands, could reinforce any point that came under attack. American forces trying to advance across the Pacific would face a chain of fortified islands. Each one would have to be assaulted at great cost. The distances were vast. American supply lines would stretch thousands of miles. It would take years to fight through. Yamamoto believed that after suffering initial catastrophic losses, after facing the prospect of a long, costly war in the Pacific, America would negotiate. They'd recognize Japan's sphere of influence in Asia, lift the oil embargo, allow both nations to coexist. It was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of American psychology. Yamamoto had lived in America. He'd studied there, traveled there, understood American culture better than most Japanese officers. But he still didn't grasp how Americans would respond to a surprise attack. He assumed Americans were pragmatic, that they'd calculate costs and benefits, that they'd eventually accept a compromise. He didn't understand that Americans, once convinced they'd been attacked without warning, would fight with absolute determination, regardless of cost. Pearl Harbor would unite America in a way nothing else could. It would turn a divided, isolationist nation into a country committed to total victory. It would awaken what Yamamoto himself would later call a sleeping giant. But in November 1941, these consequences were still in the future. Now, the focus was on making the attack succeed. And success depended on solving two enormous problems. First, how to get a carrier strike force across 3,800 miles of ocean without being detected. Second, how to refuel that strike force when Japanese carriers didn't have enough range to reach Hawaii and return. Yamamoto and his staff had spent months working out solutions. And now those solutions were about to be tested. Because on November 26, 1941, the same day, Hull delivered his ultimatum to Nomura and Kurusu. Yamamoto's strike force departed Japanese waters. The attack was no longer theoretical. It was underway. Pearl Harbor sat on the southern coast of Oahu, one of the Hawaiian Islands. It was the most important American naval base in the Pacific. The harbor itself was almost perfectly suited for a major fleet anchorage. A natural lagoon connected to the sea through a narrow channel, deep enough for battleships. Protected from storms, close to Honolulu's port facilities and repair yards. By 1941, Pearl Harbor had been developed into a major military complex. Dry docks for ship repairs, fuel storage tanks holding millions of gallons of oil, ammunition depots, submarine bases, airfields at Wheeler, Hickam, and Kaneohe. And most importantly, it was home to the U.S. Pacific Fleet. On a typical day, Battleship Row, a line of moorings along the southeast shore of Ford Island, held 8 battleships. The Arizona, the Oklahoma, the California, the West Virginia, the Maryland, the Tennessee, the Nevada, and the Pennsylvania. These were the backbone of American naval power in the Pacific. There were also 3 aircraft carriers assigned to the Pacific Fleet: the Lexington, the Saratoga, and the Enterprise. These were Yamamoto's primary targets. He understood that carriers, not battleships, would determine modern naval warfare. Destroying the carriers was essential. Without them, America couldn't project air power across the Pacific, couldn't protect convoys, couldn't launch counterattacks. Taking out the carriers would give Japan months of naval superiority. But gathering intelligence on Pearl Harbor wasn't easy. Hawaii was American territory. The military presence was heavy. Simply taking photographs could raise suspicion. Yamamoto needed detailed current information. The layout of the harbor, the number and positions of ships, the timing of patrols, the strength of defenses. Where were the anti-aircraft batteries? Where were the fuel tanks? What were the flight patterns of reconnaissance planes? In spring 1941, Japanese intelligence sent Takeo Yoshikawa to Honolulu. Yoshikawa wasn't a soldier. He was a Navy intelligence officer, traveling undercover as a consular official. He checked into a hotel, bought bright Hawaiian shirts and sunglasses, and became just another tourist enjoying paradise. But while other tourists were sunbathing and sightseeing, Yoshikawa was conducting reconnaissance. He went to Pearl Harbor frequently, sometimes twice a day. He'd drive along the roads that overlooked the base, stop at public viewpoints, watch through binoculars, count ships, note their positions, memorize the schedules of when ships left and returned. He took sightseeing flights over Oahu, noting the locations of airfields, the numbers of planes, the layout of facilities. Then he visited Battleship Row from a tourist boat, getting close-up views of the massive warships. He even went swimming. Yoshikawa would put on swimming trunks, strap on diving gear, and swim under the harbor. He'd check the torpedo nets that were supposed to protect the ships. He discovered they were often left open or removed entirely. The Americans assumed the harbor was too shallow for aerial torpedoes to work. The most audacious reconnaissance came when Yoshikawa simply walked into Pearl Harbor. He brought a lunchbox, waited until a group of workers entered the base, and followed them in. Nobody stopped him. Nobody asked for identification. He spent the day wandering around, observing facilities, even tapping on oil storage tanks to estimate how full they were. Security was incredibly lax. The Americans weren't on a war footing. Hawaii was a tropical paradise. The war seemed far away. Guards were casual. Procedures weren't strictly followed. Yoshikawa sent coded messages back to Tokyo regularly. Ship movements, numbers of aircraft, defensive preparations or lack thereof. All of it flowed to Yamamoto's planning staff. By October 1941, Japanese intelligence had a detailed picture of Pearl Harbor. They knew when ships were in port. They knew Sunday mornings were quiet. Crews got shore leave Saturday night and returned late Sunday. They knew the aircraft were parked in tight groups to prevent sabotage. They also knew something Yamamoto found frustrating. The aircraft carriers were frequently absent. The Lexington, Enterprise, and Saratoga often sailed on training exercises or to deliver aircraft to outlying bases. The chance that all three would be in Pearl Harbor on any given day was low. But Yamamoto accepted this risk. He'd sink whatever carriers were present and hunt down the others later. The attack plan was finalized. Japanese aircraft would strike in two waves. The first wave would prioritize carriers, if present, then battleships. Torpedo bombers would attack ships in the harbor. Dive bombers would hit airfields, destroying planes on the ground before they could launch. The second wave would finish off damaged ships, hit fuel storage tanks, and destroy repair facilities. The goal wasn't just to damage the fleet, but to cripple Pearl Harbor's ability to recover. Japanese intelligence estimated American casualties would be high. Sunday morning meant maximum personnel on ships with minimal ability to fight back. The surprise would be complete. Everything was ready. The training was complete. The intelligence was gathered. The strike force was assembled. All that remained was delivering that force to Hawaii without being detected. And that required solving a problem no navy had ever faced before. November 22nd, 1941. Tankan Bay, Kuril Islands. 6 aircraft carriers gathered in this remote, fog-shrouded anchorage. The Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, Hiryu, Shokaku, and Zuikaku. Together, they carried over 400 aircraft. It was the most powerful naval aviation force ever assembled. Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo stood on the Akagi's bridge, reviewing the final preparations. Nagumo was 54 years old, an experienced commander, but not a naval aviation specialist. He was a surface warfare officer who'd spent his career on battleships and cruisers. Some questioned whether he was the right choice to lead a carrier operation. But Yamamoto trusted him. Nagumo was methodical, cautious, and would follow orders precisely. For an operation this complex, those qualities mattered. The strike force included more than just carriers. 2 fast battleships provided heavy firepower if surface combat occurred. 3 cruisers, 9 destroyers, and critically, 8 tankers carrying fuel oil. Those tankers were essential to solving the first major problem, range. Japanese carriers couldn't sail to Hawaii and back without refueling. The distance was simply too great. They'd run out of fuel halfway home. The solution was to refuel at sea. The tankers would sail with the strike force. At predetermined points in the ocean, the carriers and escorts would pull alongside the tankers and take on fuel through hoses stretched between ships. It was dangerous work. The ships had to maintain exact speeds and positions. In rough seas, the hoses could snap, fuel could spill, ships could collide. But the Japanese Navy had practiced extensively. They'd perfected the technique. The second major problem was maintaining surprise. The traditional route to Hawaii from Japan went south through the Central Pacific. But that route was heavily traveled. Merchant ships, fishing boats, American reconnaissance planes from Midway and Wake. The chance of detection was high. Yamamoto chose a different route entirely. The strike force would sail north into the empty reaches of the North Pacific, 800 miles north of the standard shipping lanes, through an area where storms were common and visibility was often poor. where no merchant ships traveled because the weather was too dangerous. American planners had considered the northern route and dismissed it. Too risky. Too stormy. No navy would attempt a major operation through those waters, which made it perfect for Yamamoto's purposes. Nobody would be looking there. The strike force would maintain complete radio silence. Not a single transmission. No communication between ships except by signal flags during daylight. At night, complete blackout. No lights visible. They'd become ghosts crossing the Pacific. But there was one more critical step to ensure surprise. On November 1st, the Japanese Navy changed all their radio call signs and encryption codes. Completely new systems that American codebreakers would have to start from scratch to decrypt. This meant American intelligence lost track of Japanese fleet movements. The magic system that had been so valuable for reading diplomatic messages couldn't help with military communications anymore. The U.S. Navy knew something was happening, but not what or where. On November 26, the same day Hull handed his note to Nomura and Kurusu, the Kido Butai departed Tankan Bay. The weather was terrible. Heavy seas, bitter cold, fog and mist. Perfect cover. When the strike force finally cleared the harbour and the crews were assembled on deck, the mission was revealed for the first time to most of them. A staff officer read the operational orders. Target, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Objective, destroy the American Pacific Fleet. A tremendous cheer erupted from the sailors. For months they'd trained without knowing why. Now they knew. This would be the greatest naval operation in history. They would strike at the heart of American power in the Pacific. But the orders came with a critical caveat. The attack would only proceed if diplomacy failed. If a settlement was reached with the United States, the strike force would turn back. Even after sailing thousands of miles, even after approaching within strike range, they'd abort if peace was achieved. The deadline was December 1st. If by that date negotiations had succeeded, the operation would be cancelled. Until then, the strike force would continue west, getting closer to Hawaii each day. For the next week, the ships fought through heavy seas. Waves crashed over the bows. Water flooded the hangar decks. Sailors were constantly soaked and freezing. It was miserable. But it meant they were alone in the ocean. December 1st came. No word of a diplomatic breakthrough. The strike force continued. December 2nd. Still nothing. They sailed on. December 3rd. From Tokyo, a coded message arrived. Climb Mount Niitaka. It was the final authorization. Diplomacy had failed. The attack was confirmed. The strike force would continue to Hawaii and launch on December 8th Tokyo time. December 7th Hawaii time. Nagumo ordered the fleet to increase speed to 24 knots. They were racing now. Racing to reach the launch point before they were discovered. By December 6th, they were 300 miles north of Oahu. Still undetected. The impossible had been achieved. They'd crossed nearly 4,000 miles of ocean without anyone knowing they were there. That night, the strike force turned south. toward Hawaii, toward Pearl Harbor. At dawn on December 7th, they'd launch. While the Kido Butai sailed through the North Pacific, American military leaders were growing increasingly nervous. They knew something was happening. Japanese military activity was spiking across Southeast Asia. Troop movements, naval concentrations, transport ships being loaded. War seemed imminent. The question was where Japan would strike. On December 6th, British intelligence reported a large Japanese convoy moving south from Indochina toward the Malay Peninsula. This confirmed what most American strategists expected. Japan was going after Malaya and Singapore. British colonies, not American territory. At a meeting in Washington, Navy Secretary Frank Knox asked the assembled officers directly, "Gentlemen, are they going to hit us?" Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner replied confidently, "No, Mr. Secretary, they are going to hit the British. They are not ready for us yet." This assessment was widely shared. Japan would avoid attacking American territory because that would bring the United States fully into the war. They'd stick to easier targets. British Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, maybe Thailand. If they did hit American possessions, the Philippines seemed most likely. General Douglas MacArthur commanded substantial forces there. The islands were close to Japan and on the route to the Dutch East Indies. Strategically, they made sense. Pearl Harbor? Almost nobody seriously considered it a target. Hawaii was 3,800 miles from Japan. Attacking it would require a massive carrier operation. The logistics seemed impossible. And even if Japan tried, surely American reconnaissance would spot them coming. This complacency was reflected in the defensive preparations at Pearl Harbor itself. General Walter C. Short commanded the army forces responsible for defending Oahu. He'd received warnings from Washington that war was imminent. But the warnings didn't specify Pearl Harbor as a likely target. Short's interpretation of the warnings focused on sabotage. Hawaii had a large population of Japanese ancestry, about 160,000 people, more than a third of the island's population. Short worried that some might be Japanese agents or sympathizers. If war came, they might sabotage military facilities. So, Short took anti-sabotage measures. He ordered all aircraft parked close together in the middle of airfields, grouped tightly where they could be guarded more easily. This made perfect sense if you were worried about saboteurs creeping onto the base at night. It was catastrophic if you were worried about air attack. Planes bunched together made a perfect target for bombers. One bomb could destroy multiple aircraft. Short also ordered ammunition locked in storage to prevent theft. Anti-aircraft guns had to request ammunition from central depots. It wasn't immediately available at gun positions. Again, this made sense for preventing sabotage. It made no sense if Japanese planes appeared overhead and you needed to shoot back immediately. Admiral Husband Kimmel commanded the Pacific Fleet. He was more worried about the strategic situation than sabotage. But he also didn't believe Hawaii was under threat. Kimmel had sent 2 of his 3 carriers away from Pearl Harbor in early December. The Enterprise was delivering Marine fighters to Wake Island. the Lexington was ferrying aircraft to Midway. Only the Saratoga remained on the west coast for maintenance. This meant that on December 7th, all 3 American carriers would be absent from Pearl Harbor. The very ships Yamamoto most wanted to destroy wouldn't be there. But the battleships were present. 8 of them moored in neat rows along Ford Island. The pride of the Pacific Fleet. Massive, powerful, and sitting in harbor completely unprepared for air attack. Saturday, December 6th, was a normal day in paradise. Sailors had shore leave. They went to Honolulu's bars and restaurants, saw movies, visited Waikiki Beach. The battleship Pennsylvania's band was scheduled to compete in a battle of the bands that night. The fleet was at ease. That evening, Lieutenant Commander Edwin Layton, the Pacific Fleet's intelligence officer, briefed Admiral Kimmel. Layton reported that Japanese carrier locations were unknown. They disappeared from radio tracking. "Do you mean to say they could be rounding Diamond Head and you wouldn't know it?" Kimmel asked. "I hope they would be sighted before now," Layton replied. But the honest answer was yes. If the Japanese carriers were approaching Hawaii, American intelligence had no idea where they were. Kimmel didn't take this as an urgent warning. The assumption was that Japanese carriers were either in home waters or moving toward Southeast Asia. The possibility they were north of Hawaii seemed too remote to worry about. That same evening, 300 miles north of Oahu, the Kido Butai received its final intelligence update from Hawaii. Yoshikawa's last message reported 8 battleships in harbor. No carriers present. Light cruisers and destroyers in various positions. No unusual defensive activity. All quiet. The message was exactly what Nagumo needed to hear. The fleet was in port. Defenses were relaxed. Surprise remained complete. At sunset, the strike force turned south, toward Hawaii. Sailors made final preparations. Pilots studied maps and photographs. Mechanics checked aircraft one last time. On the carrier's flight decks, planes were positioned for launch. First wave, 183 aircraft. Torpedo bombers. Dive bombers. Fighters. They'd launch before dawn, attack at first light. Commander Mitsuo Fuchida would lead the first wave. He trained for months, rehearsed the attack profile, studied every detail of Pearl Harbor. Now, he'd actually do it. December 7th, 1941 arrived. It was a Sunday. In Hawaii, it would be a day that would live in infamy. But that morning, the sun rose on a peaceful tropical paradise. Sailors slept late after their Saturday night liberty. Officers had breakfast with their families. Nobody suspected that within hours the world would change forever. 6 a.m., December 7th. 230 miles north of Oahu. The carriers turned into the wind. On the flight decks, sailors in coloured vests darted between aircraft. Final checks. Last-minute adjustments. Engines roared to life, warming up. Commander Mitsuo Fuchida climbed into his command plane. He wore a special headband, a hachimaki, wrapped around his flight helmet. On it were stitched the words, "Certain Victory." At 6 to 10 a.m., the first Zero fighter accelerated down the Akagi's deck and lifted into the pre-dawn darkness. Within 15 minutes, 183 aircraft were airborne. They circled once, formed up, and turned south, toward Pearl Harbor. The flight took 90 minutes. The sun rose as they flew south. Below them, the Pacific stretched empty in all directions. No ships. No planes. They had the sky to themselves. At 7:40 a.m., Fuchida saw the north coast of Oahu appear on the horizon. The island was peaceful. No sign of alarm. No fighters rising to intercept. Surprise was complete. Fuchida radioed back to the strike force. Tora, Tora, Tora. Tiger, tiger, tiger. The code phrase confirming total surprise. Every element of the operation had succeeded. The formation split. Torpedo bombers headed for the harbor. Dive bombers climbed to attack altitude. Fighters swept toward the airfields. At 7:55 a.m., the first bombs fell. On the ground, confusion reigned. Sailors heard explosions and looked up to see planes with red circles on their wings. Japanese aircraft. But that was impossible. Japan was thousands of miles away. Some assumed it was a remarkably realistic drill. Then the torpedoes hit. Japanese engineers had solved the shallow water problem. Standard aerial torpedoes dove deep after release and would bury themselves in Pearl Harbor's muddy bottom. But Japanese torpedoes had wooden fins that kept them shallow. They ran just beneath the surface, straight into the battleship's hulls. The USS Oklahoma took 3 torpedoes in quick succession. Water flooded in. The ship began to list. Within minutes, she capsized completely, trapping over 400 men inside. The West Virginia took 6 torpedo hits. She settled into the mud, upright but heavily damaged. The California took 2 torpedoes and began to flood. Then came the dive bombers. At 8 to 10 a.m., a bomb penetrated the USS Arizona's forward magazine. Over 1 million pounds of gunpowder exploded. The blast was so powerful, it lifted the 33,000-ton battleship out of the water. The forward section disintegrated. 1,100 men died instantly. The Arizona's destruction was witnessed by thousands. The massive fireball rose hundreds of feet. Debris rained down across the harbor. The ship settled on the bottom, her superstructure still visible but completely destroyed. While torpedo and dive bombers hit the ships, other aircraft attacked the airfields. At Wheeler Field, Hickam Field, and Kaneohe Naval Air Station, American planes were parked in neat rows. Wingtip to wingtip, just as General Short had ordered to prevent sabotage. Japanese pilots couldn't believe their luck. Zeros strafed down the rows. Machine guns tearing through parked aircraft. Bombs exploded among hangars and fuel tanks. Within minutes, most of the American aircraft on Oahu were destroyed or damaged. Some American pilots managed to get airborne. Second Lieutenants George Welch and Kenneth Taylor ran to their planes at Haleiwa Field, a small auxiliary airstrip the Japanese hadn't targeted. They took off without orders, without flight plans, and shot down several Japanese aircraft. but they were exceptions. At 9 a.m., the second wave arrived. 170 aircraft. By now, the Americans were alert. Anti-aircraft guns were firing. The ammunition that had been locked away was now being used. Ships that were trying to get underway. The harbour was filled with smoke, making targeting difficult. The second wave faced much fiercer resistance than the first. 24 Japanese planes were shot down. But they continued their attacks, hitting ships already damaged, setting fires, causing further destruction. By 9:45 a.m., it was over. The last Japanese plane turned north and headed back to the carriers. Behind them, Pearl Harbor burned. The damage was catastrophic. All 8 battleships were hit. The Arizona was destroyed. The Oklahoma had capsized. The California and West Virginia had sunk. The Maryland, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania were damaged but repairable. The Nevada had tried to escape but was beached after taking heavy damage. 3 cruisers were heavily damaged. 3 destroyers were sunk. 188 aircraft were destroyed. 159 more were damaged. And 2,403 Americans were dead. Most died on the Arizona. Others drowned in capsized ships. Some died at their posts, manning anti-aircraft guns. Some died in hangars and barracks. Some died trying to save their shipmates. Japanese losses were 29 aircraft. 64 men killed. 1 submarine captured. By any measure, it was a devastating Japanese victory. The Pacific Fleet was crippled. American air power on Oahu was shattered. The United States couldn't effectively respond to Japanese operations for months. But the victory was incomplete. The aircraft carriers, Yamamoto's primary targets, weren't in harbour. They'd survived to fight another day. The fuel storage tanks on the hills above the harbour weren't hit. Millions of gallons of oil remained intact. Without that fuel, the Pacific Fleet would have been paralysed for a year or more. The submarine base was largely undamaged. American submarines would soon begin hunting Japanese shipping. And most importantly, the repair facilities, the dry docks, machine shops, and warehouses were mostly functional. That meant damaged ships could be repaired at Pearl Harbor rather than sailing back to the west coast. The harbor would recover faster than Yamamoto hoped. On the Akagi, staff officers urged Nagumo to launch a third wave. Finish the job. Hit the fuel tanks. Destroy the repair facilities. Hunt for the missing carriers. But Nagumo refused. He'd achieved his primary objective. The battleship fleet was destroyed. A third wave would expose his carriers to counterattack. American fighters might find them now. Submarines could be hunting them. He'd won a great victory. Best to leave while ahead. At noon, the Kido Butai turned north, heading home to Japan, leaving behind a devastated Pearl Harbor and a changed world. Because while the attack had achieved tactical success, it guaranteed strategic disaster. Yamamoto had warned his government what would happen. If the war continues beyond the first 6 to 12 months, I have no expectation of success. He'd struck his blow. He'd crippled the American fleet. But he'd also awakened a sleeping giant. And that giant would come for Japan with a fury nobody in Tokyo had imagined. December 8th, 1941. Washington, D.C. President Franklin D. Roosevelt addressed a joint session of Congress. His voice was broadcast across the nation by radio. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The speech lasted 6 minutes. When Roosevelt asked Congress to declare war, the vote was nearly unanimous. Only one representative voted no. Jeannette Rankin of Montana, a pacifist who'd also voted against entering World War I. America was now at war with Japan. 3 days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. Now, America was in both wars, the European and the Pacific. The conflict had truly become global. The transformation of American society was immediate and total. The day before Pearl Harbor, America was divided and isolationist. Millions opposed involvement in foreign wars. The country was focused on domestic recovery from the Depression. Interventionists and isolationists argued bitterly about America's role in the world. The day after Pearl Harbor, America was unified and furious. Recruitment stations were overwhelmed. Young men lined up for blocks to enlist. Remember Pearl Harbor became a battle cry. The attack had done what no amount of political maneuvering could achieve. It created instant national unity. Admiral Yamamoto's worst fears were coming true. He'd warned that Japan could run wild for 6 to 12 months, then would face inevitable defeat. He'd been right. The numbers he'd memorized years ago in America now became Japan's death sentence. American industrial capacity was 10 times Japan's. Steel production 20 times greater. Oil production 100 times larger. Labor force 5 times bigger. Ship production, aircraft production, ammunition production. America could outproduce Japan in every category. Yamamoto had hoped the surprise attack would destroy American will. Instead, it focused American rage. The sleeping giant wasn't just awake, it was enraged. The diplomatic tragedy was profound. War hadn't been inevitable until the final months. Multiple opportunities for compromise existed. Prime Minister Konoe genuinely sought peace. Emperor Hirohito took unprecedented steps to order diplomatic solutions. The military made real concessions in Plans A and B. But mutual distrust destroyed every opportunity. Secretary Hull didn't trust the Japanese. He saw every proposal as deception. He dismissed Ambassador Gru's warnings from Tokyo. He read magic intercepts without understanding they were mistranslated. He demanded concessions he knew Japan couldn't accept. Japanese leaders didn't trust America. They saw the oil embargo as economic warfare. They interpreted American stalling as proof of bad faith. They believed military strength was the only language the West understood. They chose war over perceived humiliation. Both sides made catastrophic miscalculations. Japan underestimated American resolve. They thought Americans were soft, unwilling to fight a long war, would negotiate after losing the Pacific Fleet. They were completely wrong. America underestimated Japanese desperation. They thought economic pressure would force capitulation. They didn't understand that Japan would rather fight than surrender. They didn't grasp how deeply the oil embargo threatened Japan's survival. The real reasons for Pearl Harbor were complex. It began with Commodore Perry's black ships in 1852. Forced modernization, rapid industrialization, military victories that bred confidence, discrimination by Western powers that bred resentment. The Great Depression devastated Japan's export economy. Military expansion promised salvation. The China War created resource dependency. The oil embargo created an 18-month countdown to economic collapse. State Shinto ideology promoted divine right to dominate Asia. Military structure allowed army to operate beyond civilian control. Young officers were willing to assassinate leaders who sought restraint. Emperor intervention came too late to change course. And in the final months, diplomatic breakdown made war unavoidable. Hull's 10-point note demanded immediate withdrawal from China. Japan saw this as ultimatum for surrender. With oil running out, they chose to fight. The Pacific War would last 4 years. Yamamoto's prediction was accurate. For 6 months, Japan ran wild. They conquered the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, Burma. They established their defensive perimeter. But then, the tide turned. The Battle of Midway in June 1942. Island-hopping campaigns across the Pacific. Relentless American advance. Submarine warfare strangling Japanese shipping. Strategic bombing of Japanese cities. By August 1945, Japan was defeated. American atomic bombs fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Soviet Union declared war and invaded Manchuria. Emperor Hirohito announced surrender on August 15th. The war Japan started at Pearl Harbor ended with their complete destruction. Empire lost. Cities ruined. Economies shattered. Millions dead. The very thing military expansion was supposed to prevent had come to pass. The lesson of Pearl Harbor isn't simple. There are no easy villains or heroes. Complex forces, economic, cultural, diplomatic, strategic, created conditions where rational leaders on both sides made decisions that led to catastrophe. When nations can't understand each other's psychology, when economic pressure leaves no alternatives, when honor prevents compromise, when military structures operate beyond civilian control, even well-meaning leaders stumble into disaster. December 7th, 1941. A date which will live in infamy. But infamy had an 80-year build-up. Understanding the real reasons helps us navigate our own troubled times. When great powers misunderstand each other, when economic desperation meets military power, when diplomacy fails, the consequences shake the world. This has been the story of how Japan and America stumbled into war. Not a story of inevitable conflict, but of missed opportunities, mutual distrust, and catastrophic miscalculation. A tragedy that changed the world. Thank you for staying with us for the past 3 hours. We've travelled from Commodore Perry's black ships in 1852 to the burning waters of Pearl Harbor in 1941. 89 years of transformation, expansion, and ultimately tragedy. This isn't a simple story of Japanese aggression or American righteousness. It's a complex tragedy where leaders on both sides made decisions that seemed rational at the time but led them toward catastrophe. Prime Minister Kono resigned rather than lead his country to war he knew they'd lose. Ambassador Grew warned Washington they were pushing too hard and was ignored. Admiral Yamamoto planned an attack while knowing it would ultimately destroy his country. All of them understood the dangers. None could stop what was coming. The lessons remain relevant. When great powers don't understand each other's psychology, when economic pressure creates desperation, when pride prevents compromise, even rational leaders can stumble into war. Understanding the real reasons behind Pearl Harbor helps us understand how to prevent future catastrophes. History doesn't repeat, but human nature does. This has been History Radio. Until next time.